Jazz was for ordinary people. Jazz is ordinary people. It's the music of the young. Every time young people invent music, everybody hates it.
See rhythms of failure and success and appreciation and reflection and all that. You want things to go well, but you know you survive things. It makes you go easier. It's interesting. Something will happen. Something will happen. Something will happen.
Extremely discouraged. He was just getting nowhere. He wanted to see Picasso, and Picasso said, "Get in line, when your turn, just pretend you're running for the subway." It's inevitable that you will meet a failure or two or three or four. At the same time, the art itself, the product of that obsession, that obsessive kind of hierarchy, is the paradigm for all that is free and spontaneous.
Hello. Good morning, everyone. So very happy to see all bright young faces ready to start this very special course. This course, entrepreneurship, is going to be very different than any other course you have done or you will be doing in this faculty. And this course is something that I want you all to enjoy. I want all of you to have fun. So my name is Anish Zichi.
I am Fernanda Lusa.
And we are both the coordinators of this course. I would start this session by inviting our Dean, Professor Giulio Alferich, to come and share some thoughts.
Bom dia, good morning. Welcome to this course of entrepreneurship. This is one of the courses in this intermediate period between the two semesters that exist in the school for so-called soft skills. So as Anish said, these courses are very different from what you are using in the basic foundational courses that run during the semester. And in this case, you are going to be exposed to entrepreneurship, to new ideas, how to form a new idea, how to form a new business or a new project within whatever you are working on. And these following weeks, you are going to be exposed to different ideas. You are going to be exposed to all these inspirational talks that you have. And then you have to come up with your own idea and come up with a short plan on how to make that idea possible. And this is the purpose of this course. So I won't be long. Enjoy these weeks. Let's hope the weather keeps like this so that you don't have this dark weather in winter. But it's a great day, and enjoy this course, enjoy the inspirational talks, come up with good ideas, be passionate about your ideas, and in February, you'll get again the usual classes that make your basic and solid foundation of the scientific area that you are studying here.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Professor. Now I'd invite Professor Telmo Santos, who is President of Department of Mechanical and Industrial Engineering.
Good morning, everyone, and welcome to the entrepreneurship course. I think and I hope that most of you are excited to be here for this course. But anyway, let me start with a simple idea. There is no boring topics, only boring ways of looking at them. Everything can be interesting and useful if you engage with it seriously. You are students of engineering and science, and you will have a very demanding profession. At this stage, you already master some topics of mathematics, physics, chemistry, technology, and you will use them to build things that work and solve real problems. But today, that is not enough. Engineers and scientists must also communicate, work in teams, understand value creation, understand the innovation process, sustainability, and of course, business. Not to stop being engineers, but to become better engineers. So entrepreneurship is not about dreaming without limits or violating the laws of physics. It is about using engineering and science intelligently for the greater good. But of course, with a strong business plan to support it. Some of you may be skeptical. No problem, that's fine. Just be curious, be open, and take this as an opportunity to grow. So welcome and enjoy the challenge.
Finally, I will invite Professor Virgilio Cruz Machado, who was the father of this course. More than a decade ago, he founded and he started, and at that time, entrepreneurship was something very new in the world. So please, Professor.
To being the father is quite a big responsibility. Yesterday, I was focused on the elections. And so I thought, what I'm going to say to these guys now? Because we had 3 weeks full of thoughts about 14 entrepreneurs. Are they entrepreneurs? Do you agree with me? Is a politician an entrepreneur? Why not? Everybody could be an entrepreneur. Everybody could have ideas. Everybody can do something. It is about leadership. It is about teamwork. It is about things that we have to do all the time for our life. So this is an interesting process that we created 14 years ago, where you can find other colleagues from other programs, from other courses. You can share your thoughts. You can develop an idea. And I should say that there are no stupid ideas. Every idea is a good idea, even if it doesn't work. But the process is that if you discuss your idea with someone else, with your teammates, maybe you can improve the idea and you can get to something very nice for your life. So this is about how to develop my future life. Being engineers, being scientists, but we have to look at other insights. What is the market? What is the community? How do we develop our system, our technology, our product? and to convince others that our product is okay, that our technology is okay, that let's say that I convince my colleagues to work with me. I convince the stakeholders to work with me. And sometimes we miss this point. We are quite focused on the technology, on the basic mathematics, on the basic physics, and we miss that we have something more than just that. So this is just an overview of what you are going to do in the next 4 weeks. Anish and Fernando will help you in this process, and there is a lot of people that can help you to work with this. Don't see them as professors, see them as colleagues that will work with you to help you to develop your ideas. Welcome.
Thank you.
So let's start with a brief presentation of our course.
So this is, as you can see, this is probably one of the largest entrepreneurship courses in Europe. You have all the masters, it includes all the 33 masters programs and 3 PhD programs, and 900 students will be participating in this course. So this is going to be something massive, and the whole purpose here is that you have been studying different domains of engineering and science and technology. Now, how can you apply the concepts that you have developed, how you can learn new technological concepts, and how you can use it to solve real-world problems, real-world challenges, and that's why this course is there. And this course is not like any other theoretical course. This course is not something that you will need to just learn content. It's for you to play, to learn, to enjoy, to have fun with it. That's the key point. You must have fun and create some new application for it. Now we have 21 expert professors. You can see you already have your shifts identified, and each of the shifts has a specialist. Either it's a professor or we have even specialists who are from outside of the campus. They're not regular professors in our campus, but they are somehow strongly connected to entrepreneurship. So they will be helping you, guiding you in this whole journey. And then we have more than 50 speakers and mentors who will guide you and help you with this process.
So this is a massive entrepreneurship course, probably the largest entrepreneurship course in Europe. But why is the need for these entrepreneurship courses that are mandatory? From your past studies in your undergrad, in your master's and PhD courses, all these courses requires you to have this scientific profile, academic profile, research-based profile. What is the characteristics of this profile? This profile requires you to be very much analytical, to have like rigorous methodological care, to have written abilities. You need to write tests, exams, reports, articles. Also you need to be to analyze deep into the problems with rigorous methodology, with accuracy, robustness. The scientific profile also requires you to be perfectionist, again, very accurate, very robust in your analysis. And it's like very much knowledge production based with critical thinking. But this scientific profile that's very, very important, it's very much complemented with a market profile. What is the characteristic of this market profile, which is this kind of entrepreneurship courses? In these market profile courses, you need to be intuitive. You need to take decisions under uncertainty. You need to think about future trends of your potential customers, of potential stakeholders. You need to have visual and verbal abilities. You need to communicate very well and very clear to your audience, convincing them. You need to be brief and to the point. You need to focus on the main message when you are communicating to the audience. You also need to be a doer. It's a learning by doing, an experimentation course. You need to try to do a prototype that works, a physical or an app. So it's a different kind of competence. And also it's very much market-based. These two profiles, they complement each other very much. And it's going to help you to have a very strong professional career in the future.
So we have done a video, and this video will be available on Moodle. So that's why today we are not spending too much time giving you all the details of the course. So when you go home, watch the video on Moodle, which will guide you through the course aims, the programs, the practical classes, what will be done in each class, what are the evaluation criteria, and we will be also sharing you some examples of pitch and promotional video, which are the one of the two main outputs that you will develop by the end of this course.
So here we are showing a summary of the classes you are going to have during these 4 weeks. So today and tomorrow we have the welcome and inspirational talks. These inspirational talks, please enjoy them. They are going to help you open your mind and coming up with a very interesting business idea. So try to see as much as you can to hear these specialists and ask questions to them in order to think about a strong project, to have a strong project. So on January 22 and January 23 is the start of practical classes. Then you are going to work with your professor in developing your business idea. Bring a computer, you can work in the sessions. Come prepared to ask good questions. If you have good questions, you are going to have good answers and you are going to use your professor in order to have a strong project. If you don't do any homework, you come there and you can work during this 3-hour session, but you may not use or get the help of your professor as much as you could get. Then, so during these 4 weeks, you are going to develop your project, your elevator pitch, and you have a very interesting optional day, which is the mentorship day, where it's going to be on January 30. We invite external companies, specialists in different areas that come to the school to discuss your team's project. So you can schedule a time to present your project and discuss with the specialists. It's a highly recommended activity, but it's an optional activity. Then a very important day is the pitch evaluation, which is going to be February 9 and 10. Where we are going to have professors and external guests that are going to evaluate your pitch, going to give a grade to your pitch. And we are going to select the 60 to 80 teams out of the 180 teams. And we are going to grade you at this time. We are going to inform who are the 60 to 80 teams that are the semi-finalists, but then you don't know who are going to be the 12 best ones that are going to come to the stage on February 13 for the grand finale. This is going to be a Friday, 13, but probably can be your lucky day that you are going to come to the stage and present your pitch. So it's a very interesting section. You present your pitch. We are going to see also the best promotional videos. We are going to give prizes, and all this is going to be here in Grand Auditorium.
Now, in terms of deliverables, there are 3 main deliverables that you will do by the end of this course. Now, of course, to reach to these deliverables, you will be making your business ideas, prototypes, conceptualization of your ideas, but in the end, these are the ones that you will deliver and you will be evaluated on. So one is a 3-minute elevator pitch. So in your 5th practical class, when you will have the evaluations, where there will also be external jury members, you will present this 3-minute pitch, and by the end of the day, you also upload a recording of this 3-minute pitch, which is focused on a potential investor that may want to invest in your idea. In addition to this, you will also make a 1-minute promotional video. Now, this is very different from your pitch, because the target audience for your video is your client. You may have gone on YouTube and seen a lot of different ads. So the idea here is that this is a video that should capture the attention of your audience. So try to make it funny, humorous, different, unique. This is your chance to show your creativity, and then you all will be voting on each other's videos, and the best videos will be awarded on the grand finale in the 13th of February. After the conclusion of this course, you will have some time to develop a 15-page business plan report, which will go into the details of how your business you want to take it forward. So these are the three main deliverables that you will be working on.
And this is our fantastic team of professors from different areas: management, engineers, science. They are very experienced. Many of them already launched startups. They have this business experience, and they also, the majority of them, have been teaching this entrepreneurship course for many years now. So we have even people from physics, biotech, chemistry, etc. Several different areas. And please, come prepared to class, ask good questions to them, question inconsistencies, discuss your project with them, prepare yourself to the class, and use this class as a very good way to have a very strong business project in the end of the course.
So thank you very much. Now that we have concluded the introductions, the special session that you were waiting for, which is Fuck Up Talks, which is what we will be starting. I know also one more message before we start with it. There has been a lot of subscriptions for the second welcome session, since all students wouldn't fit. That's why we had 2 welcome sessions. Those of you who are really interested, couldn't find a seat in the second session, as long as you can find a place, you are welcome to attend that also. So let me invite our dear friend Anshul to start with today's grand opening of the session.
Thank you, Anshul.
Can you hear me? Oh, yes.
Hi, good morning. While the presentation did sound good, Fernanda, Anish, thank you for being a great supporter of Fuck Ups and inviting me to talk to this audience who is now going to become entrepreneurs in the future. And thank you for professors, all 3 of you, to set the tone. I figured out creativity from you. I figured out communication, collaboration, and from you that no idea is stupid. One should just jump. And one of the most important points that he made was sharing with people. Okay, so entrepreneurship is, for me, a messy art of fuck-ups, It's not as simple, it's not as difficult. It is something of an attitude, it is about a behavior. And sorry, I won't be speaking in Portuguese, okay? I don't know, that's one of my fuck-ups. I'm saying Portugal, I'm trying to learn Portuguese now. Okay, so who am I? Professionally a global marketer, 28 years of experiences across brands, Microsoft, Monster, Samsung, 430 plus brands I have engaged, built. Currently I'm building 5 with startups as co-founders and fractional. And I am engaging with 51 plus startups right now. Yes, passionately I'm a storyteller, and that's what keeps me going every day, get up in the morning, because I love stories and I tell stories. And I'm obsessively a brand and people builder. So when someone asks me, this is what I do in my elevator pitch, I'm sure you will have your 1 minute later. Why am I here? Any guesses? Well, it's a keynote, and because of this guy. Who, you know all of this guy? Any Snoop heads here? Perfect. So you know this guy. 2025, Man of the Year, Webby Awards, Entrepreneur of the Year. And you know what? He's had a riddled past of pot, cannabis. He's the only guy who is running this whole generation of making weed legal in US and ensuring that it's there in various forms. What he tells me is that he's been a judge on The Voice. He's been a cooking host with Martha Stewart. He has a cookbook. He has cereals, Snoop Loops. He's an investor, early investor in Reddit, has a minority stake in Klarna. With his son launched his ice cream, and in a metaverse, he has a real estate which sold about 1.23 million for someone who wanted close to him. He's into apparels, pet clothing. We all love pets, right? So he's got into pet apparels. He has a wine label of his own. And with Dr. Dre, he runs something called Gin and Juice, an alcohol brand. What does it say about Snoop Dogg to you guys? Anything? Any guesses? Any loud voices? No? No one? What's up, guys? You're a young force. Can't you just tell me? You're all set. You love music, Snoop heads. Any wild guess? One word? Well, okay, I'll give you two. He redefines curiosity and he's a high achiever. And by the way, he smokes a lot of pot. So why I'm here is not to tell you to smoke pot, but to make you more curious. Also to redefine achiever status, quote unquote, for you, which is where the fuck-ups come in, which is where the entrepreneurship, which is the messy hour of fuck-ups come in. Okay? So to tell you what no one tells you before you start. And this is the start of a session of a month-long entrepreneurship engagement. You guys will be in a session going only on building on ideas. But isn't it the right time to tell you something which you already live with, but may be wrong? Okay? So I'm going to talk about entrepreneurship, which is not an idea. Sorry for guys who just said it's a great idea and you can become an entrepreneur. It's not about pitch decks. It's not PMF or MVP. PMF for all those who are entering into definitions is product market fit. You have an idea developed, you have a prototype, and then you test the product market. MVP is market viable product, which means is it going to make money for you or not? But this is not what entrepreneurship is. And by the way, the most scariest part with all entrepreneurs is where should I get the money? And that's where funding, but that's not what entrepreneurship is. Entrepreneurship is no certainty. It is about a session or time or age in your life where you can never have certainty in it, okay? So before you embark on the course, I want you to know that there is not going to be a safety net. If you fall back, there is not going to be a net to help and break your fall. And by the way, there will be no applauses. Nobody will applause for you. So entrepreneurship is all about that. It is where the shit happens. Okay? And by the way, shit happens in personal, professional lives otherwise also, but we don't realize what shit happening. Okay? Now, entrepreneurship is a behavior under uncertainty. It has its own myths, it has its own values. Myth one, which was picked up here, which says entrepreneurs are risk takers. Do you think entrepreneurship is a capability or a skill of being a risk taker? Yes and no is easy answers. Can you tell me yes or no? A nod or a yes? Please don't be shy. It's a conversation. I'm not giving a presentation, and please don't take me someone who's standing here and telling you something. We all are in this together, right? I'm an entrepreneur myself. So? Yes. Yes? Okay, they are risk takers. But then the biggest myth here is that they are not just risk takers. They always have this thing of risk versus regret. You know why? Because whenever you come up with an idea, you're subjected with so much of judgment in your mind that you have to choose a path. Should I or should I not? Entrepreneurship is not just risk, but it is overcoming and deciding whether I should take this risk or will I regret it later in my life. Most of the entrepreneurs start failing because they live with their idea for too long, they start creating too much, and they don't risk of going into the market. And soon enough, someone else goes in, and that's when they start regretting. So entrepreneurship myth one, that entrepreneurs are risk takers. No, they are a decision makers between risk and regret. Once a decision point comes or a situation comes when you are going to fail a bit, there are two modes that the mind does. Should I fight or should I fly? Fight mode is persistence and continuance. Flight mode is either to pivot or to stop. And that has got an inherent thing for entrepreneurs, that risk and regret. Flight and fight. Okay, make sense? Myth two. I heard so much about this in few minutes back that it's all about a great idea. Do you think that's a valid myth or is it a valid point? Sorry? Myth. Okay, just because it's written on myth 2? Just because it's written under the myth? Mm-hmm. That's okay. I can hear you, and I think the last row may try to hear us also. I can't give you my mic. It's still stitched to me. Valid. Okay. And you don't need just a great idea to start, right? You can only know which business to get in, or entrepreneur is by knowing who is in pain and what is the pain about. That is most important. So when you embark on this journey of this course and what you're going to do in the next 1 month, almost a month, start looking at pains. Start looking at problems rather than ideas. Once you know the pain and problems and who is getting affected the most will change you. Know this brand? Anybody knows this brand? I can assure you 100% of you have it on your phone today. Anyone knows this brand? Really? And this one? What's it? Sorry? Be loud, I can't hear you. Instagram, okay? I see only two voices speaking. Other voices, backseat. Do you know what this brand is? I like it. Super. But when you say bourbon, no. And you know, this company in 2010 failed, and 2012 sold to FP for 1.2 billion. You know how did they start? It started with a check-in app. It started with the fact that there are so many people around who are doing these check-in, location, photos and stuff. And within the 3 months or less than that, they realized that nobody's doing those check-ins. People are just sharing photos on this app. And that's what was Instagram. Within 8 to 10 weeks, they modified, and 3 months later, they were at the 1 million base. And that's the story of Instagram. So it's not always just a great idea. It is always knowing the problem, pain, and being open to listening. If you don't listen, and who do you listen to? Mentors or users? Choices is always there. Best is to listen to the users. Failures are lessons. Well, I am about fuck-ups, and I'm a strong supporter that failures are lessons. Do you think that's a myth? No, yes, but they are just not lessons unless you recognize that fact. Because when you're hit with failures, they don't look lessons. One, failure is universal, it is inevitable, it's a dynamic process. It is about not the outcome, but the process. Right? And that's when you started with that stupid ideas of sharing, and also to saying that let's not fail, or thinking that if I fail, what will happen? It is a process. Now, if I were to tell you that please start considering failure to be a data tool, that changes your perspective. Yes, you all are about technology and science. Does it change or not? If you take all your failures, capture the right data, and process that data, you will come upon with more than just an idea. You will come upon what's working and what's not. And that's what Instagram did. These are people who we know. Starbucks. Do we know Starbucks? 300 no's before they got a yes. You know Canva? Do we use Canva? All of you use Canva? Well, okay, 100 no's before people started thinking, okay, let's put some money on Canva. Do we know Airbnb? Have you used Airbnb ever? For what? For booking, right? For experiences, right? They had 7 no's. Failure is a data tool, it's a feedback loop, and Airbnb, by the way, was not what it is today. It was a mattress hiring company. Airbnb started with the fact that I have mattresses to rent. That was the founder's idea. And he realized it soon. He got 2 other founders, and today it is a very nice 84.28 billion company. Okay? So basically, I want you to know entrepreneurship is about failing fast, failing forward, and failing well. Do we know what this means? Do we know what this means? Failing fast means pick up as many things to fail, but make it in a risk-based, smaller scale. Failing forward, don't do something which others have failed at. Fail at something new. Choose something new to fail, and fail well. Okay? That's the basic logic of fuck-ups. So now what? Are we done? Well, here is my core T, okay? I call it like a core T, which I share. C, which is choose your discomfort daily. I said there is no safety net. But if I were an entrepreneur and I have been there, I have chosen a space which makes me uncomfortable. Not comfortable. Not something which I'm feeling complacent about. Not something which I feel safe about. But something should always be uncomfortable to you. It is about the discomfort and no safe position that works. Okay? Own one real problem, just one real problem. That's the most important. The problem and the pain is what drives entrepreneurship, not the ideas which solve the problems. Agree? Yeah? What's the R? Sorry, that was fast. Smaller risks. Don't fail at big. Fail fast means suddenly don't do big failures. Go at small fuck-ups. Do as many fuck-ups as you want. But do smaller fuck-ups which can be recognized as fuck-ups, and people can think about it and say that, okay, it's not a big bet. Let me take the bet and let me just take the cents. Expose your thinking. Do you agree to this one? What if I fail? What happens when it fails? Anyone's been through a failure here? I have a failure resume, by the way, and you can ask me later. I will send you my WhatsApp QR code, but I'll share with you my failure resume. I made it some years back. Anyone's failed? Raise your hand, please, if anyone's failed. Okay, someone who's not, probably is not doing the right thing, okay? You're doing the wrong thing. So if you failed, anyone wants to talk about his failure right now? You know, it's easy to get on the stage and talk about only your successes, but not the failures. That is what TEDx is, and this is what fuck up is. So anyone wants to risk talking about your failure? Quick one. Quick 3 minutes. No one? No one? No fuck-ups? This is what happens. When you fuck up and when you fail, you hesitate to get up and talk about your failure. You know, the best thing to do when you have fucked up and failed is to get rid of the psychology that someone judges me. If I tell them what will happen, what will they think about me, and why should I talk about my fuck up? If I fucked up, can I raise my hand easily and say, I fucked up? Yes, you should. Because what happens when you share your fuck ups, people across the room can actually relate to you more easily. Rather than sympathy, they start building empathy. You know the difference between sympathy and empathy? I can see one nodding head constantly, green t-shirt, whatever you're wearing a nice headgear, so whatever it is. So, anyone else? Sympathy means, which is like a negative feeling. Oh, I feel sorry about you. Empathy means me putting in your shoes and thinking, what must that person gone through? Is it relatable? Can I be someone like him? Oh, yes, I'm like him. You know, when you speak of your successes, it's easy because you get on stage and talk about it in your ego boost and you talk about your successes. And the people who are sitting across the room probably will feel, oh, maybe I can be like him, but I don't know. But when I speak about my failures, it's easy for you to come and say, oh yeah, he fucked up too and I'm like him too. You know, I can fuck up too. So that's what I'm saying. Share your fuck up, expose your thinking. Who disagrees with you is the best person who you should talk about. Talk to others, not to mentors. Talk to users. I mean, there are so many mentors around. If you have a problem, you have a solution, you are fucking up, then go ahead and talk to users. Without talking to users, it won't work. As entrepreneurs, it doesn't work. I realized that, you know, there are many mentor sessions I myself have attended. I have mentored a lot of people. But what it yields is that sometimes the mentors have never been in the same position as you and they are advising you. Imagine that. So that is the fuck up. Mentorship overall is in a failure state because the mentor match is not right. So if mentorship is being processed, then you should match the right mentor because he should have gone through what you are going through or something relatable so that you can grow and grow. Okay? This is very powerful, the power of yet. You know the word yet? What does it do? What does it do? I have a very silent audience. I mean, I think, not even laughters, huh? Well, the power of the word yet means, I'm not a multi-billionaire yet. Okay, I like it. I have not made the best startup, which is now at Series C, yet. So this word yet resets completely your mindset and you keep hearing it. So the first thing that I do in the morning is I'm not a hero yet because I don't want to be in a comfortable space. Remember that core T which I told you? Please never be comforted. Move to always discomfort. Never ever acknowledge. Success, by the way, is the only reason why your ego gets up and that's where you stop thinking differently. Do not let success be something. Let failure be something for you. Let fuck-ups be the messy part which you are going to. Now, as an entrepreneur, like I said, fail fast, fail forward, fail well. I have something for you guys, not as homework, but for your 30 days. If you have the courage, do it. That's when you should get into entrepreneurship, otherwise don't. Okay? Pick one problem. Talk to 20 people, build something ugly, and try and get some money out of it. Doable? Yeah, I'm not telling you to do that in this 1 month long, you know. I don't know because there is a winning which is linked with it, right? So I would not want you to do that. But if you have the courage, do that. If you do this correctly, I think the next 30 days when you are reaching the grand finale, you'll be in a better position. Pick one problem, talk to 20 people who will find value in it, build something messy, and ask money for that mess. If you can do that, I can assure you, mentors will love you. Then you might become one of the grand finale. I don't know about 180 teams winning, but Anish, it's upon you to see how many teams can win. Okay? Instead of asking, who can I do this? Ask, who can help me do it? So when you reach your problem, feel free to ask your mentors, people who can help me do that. And by the way, I run a community here in Portugal, which is called Fuck Up Nights. It's just the parallel opposite of TEDx. We don't get leaders to talk about their success. We get people like you and me to talk about their fuck-ups. So whenever you're interested, look for it on Insta. Fuck Up Night Lisbon, Porto, Algarve, Braga, Aveiro. So wherever you are, please attend. And even across the world, we are in 200 cities, okay? So share your fuck-ups, listen to other fuck-ups. It makes you a better entrepreneur, I can assure you. I've been doing it in Portugal for 4 years, and I see so much of fun because that's the acronym of Fuck Up Nights, okay? So here is from me. Thank you so much. If you need any of these resources, scan the QR code, send me a text, and maybe I'll share with you some of these things, okay? Thank you so much.
Anshul, we'll have a little conversation here.
Yes.
And at the same time, we can also open up for students to ask questions. So please have a seat here.
Okay. So thank you very much. And I have a question to you. Is fail fast, fail often, actually an irresponsible advice that protects the entrepreneurial ecosystem?
I have a mic, thank you. Failing fast doesn't mean go reckless or go wild. You know, that doesn't make sense. Failing sensibly, but doing small failures often help you churn better stuff. So it means as an entrepreneur, when I'm risking to take some experiments, and if the scale is so low, then I can do multiple smaller risks and learn from them and then put that learnings into this. Failing fast doesn't mean just keep continuously failing. It means capturing in between what that data tool gave us. What did I learn? And failing fast encourages you to become stronger. It encourages you to be uncomfortable till you are reaching to a point when entrepreneurship can give you good results. That's what failing fast means.
Right. I have a question here because I over the last few years, I have many students. Everyone takes this entrepreneurship course, and very few of them actually end up building a company. It's very hard. I empathize with them because often the idea that I'll start something, I'll spend so many years working on it, maybe I get something in the beginning, maybe even finances is a difficult problem. The other path is I have a job, I have a fixed salary, I'll have a career to go. Now, obviously there is this whole big risk of failure when people start on their entrepreneurship venture. What do you have an advice for the young people? When should they decide that I must take the plunge, and how they can mitigate the risks involved?
Okay, so the safety net of a salary coming at the end of the month is not going to be there in entrepreneurship, okay? And it becomes tough to take these choices when you have responsibility and accountability, but the young people who are here, you are a hub of ideas, and not just ideas, but you are witnessing problems of the world today, right? There is so much of problems in the world today that you can actually crack the code with, and AI giving you a good space. So entrepreneurship as a trait is something which you have inherently because you want to take a risk and you are capable, but it can be developed over a period of time also if you start looking for the right opportunities. I can tell you about myself. Microsoft, when I worked in Microsoft, and companies like Microsoft, they urge you to actually become an entrepreneur rather than remaining in the jobs. So, they give you opportunities of doing multiple projects, which gets you bitten. I mean, I got the bug bitten because of that. But the good part is that when I left Microsoft, I joined another firm which picked me up to put money on the table and experiment whether I'm good in entrepreneurship or not. And that helped me. But in today's age, and my age is very different, I'm much ahead of you in terms of the age cycle. But to be an entrepreneur, the young blood is obviously there. And I would urge you, you should become an entrepreneur once in a life for sure. And that is the reason why I say to it is because when you mature out as a working professional out of an entrepreneurship, it changes you completely, even if you decide to go back to a job later.
I think we can open up the whole session. So anyone who has any question, please raise your hand. Please. Or if we also have professors and our speakers, if Professor Machado or Ricardo, if you have any word of advice about failures or yeah.
Morning, everyone. I will see. We'll see what will be my talk. If you will be like so shy that you'll see today. Okay, my one. I always get two hats. One was the fixed income, good safety net, but at the same time I was all the time trying to find ways to have my side project. And most of my side projects were a failure, but one thing was not a failure, was to learn and to understand how we can use our skills and improve our skills in order to get something better. And in the end of the day, I got one exit. It was okay. Not necessarily an exit for the yet, but I'm still waking up every day trying to find ways to not yet noticeable, but to be.
I think my main message to our students is that ultimately, when you wake up every day, you have to ask yourself the question, what inspires me? What keeps me going? Is it just the mundane daily work? Okay, is that it, or do I look for creating some value in society? Wrong with the microphone? Okay, great. So, and I think entrepreneurship, I can speak loud enough, I think. I think here the entrepreneurship is not just something that you must do or you must push yourself to do. It's also something of a calling. It's also something that it allows you to combine your hard skills with the creative aspects of your side in order to push something. Because I have a regular job. I'm a professor here, but at the same time, always at the back of my mind, I have ideas. How is it that we can create something new? How is it, even if it doesn't mean founding a company, it may mean starting a small initiative, thinking something around. So entrepreneurship is more of a habit, and if that habit is in you, you will know when to take the risk and fully plunge into it, let the idea get fully materialized, and then you will be ready to go ahead.
Many of you are not going to be an entrepreneur who's found a new company. I'm pretty sure about that. Only a small percentage are going to follow this entrepreneurship path. You are going to work in companies, you may go to research, work in a university, or even go to follow a political career. But anyway, in all these areas, you can be an entrepreneur. So you can do something new in your job, innovate in your job. And companies nowadays are looking for entrepreneurs. They don't want anymore a person who comes there, works from 9 a.m. to 6 p.m. and do what they are supposed to do. Companies, they are looking these startups, they do like, they are very innovative, they work 24 hours a day, not 7 days a week, and they do really innovation. So if you are looking for, like, you start working, it's going to be very important for you to be an entrepreneur, to create new businesses inside the company. What are the advantages? You have in the end of the month your payroll, your salary. But the disadvantage is that you need to deal with the internal ecosystem of the company. So you need to report to your boss. Some inside the company are going to be angry about you. Are going to say, oh, this guy, he's dedicating his time to this other initiative. He's not doing the work he's supposed to do. So you are going to deal with this internal ecosystem of the company. You need to deal with the market, with the external environment, and you also need to deal with the internal environment, with the company environment. And you need to have some supporters, somebody in the board, somebody that is above you, that supports you in this initiative. So this proactive attitude is something that companies are really looking at. Don't forget that. And also, for many of you, I'm not going to be an entrepreneur. But think about how much value it is to be an entrepreneur, where you need to deal with the internal environment and also with the market. So there is these two challenges, and the advantage is the salary in the end of the month, you know.
One of the things that has really worked well is, while you are thinking whether you want to be or not, is to use to find your ikigai. Do you know what ikigai is? So this is the Japanese art of knowing your purpose, and there is a perfect model for that. What are you good at? What you could make money from? It actually defines your purpose. I would suggest that, all of you can go through that process of finding your ikigai, and maybe you'll see the light. And you will figure out that whether you want to be an entrepreneur or you want to go into the regular jobs. Like Fernanda says, Galp, Vodafone, Volkswagen, Mayo, Nosh, all of these companies, and even EDP, are having programs for their own employees, where they face innovation challenges and they make entrepreneurs inside the organizations. So even if you choose to find your ikigai around innovation, choose a company probably, or don't become an entrepreneur. You could go around innovation, but be careful of what your purpose is. And join these companies regular and look into the opportunities which they give you to really work around as an entrepreneur. But like I said, one time in your life, if you become an entrepreneur, it changes you. I can assure you that.
So, Professor Virgilio.
Thank you. I don't think that you are completely right. It's good to know that failures appear, but how many failures can I handle? How many things can I do wrong? I can learn. But if you are in a very good university, and you have the responsibility to create your own business. We don't need to have afraid from the words. Business is not bad. Why not to create my own business? When I found these projects 14 years ago, maybe I would say something like what they are saying now. Okay, maybe you go to a company, maybe you can be an entrepreneur in a company, but now you are in a completely different environment. You know quite everything that I are saying because you are alive. You are looking at the social networks, you know what's going on. You know a lot of examples from what have been said here from many companies that appear. Guys that don't study and that they are very good in creating their jobs. You know a lot of guys that have done that. Why not for me to have this mind? Why cannot I say I can set up something? Why not? if I am a very good student, or if I'm not so much good student. It's not a question to be a very good or a good. It's just someone that is interested to create something. It's possible. Most important universities in the world have this mind in people, in students. How can I create something that can be well recognized by the world? If you have this in your mind, like as you said, if it's a question of yet, it's the first time that I know that I listen to these words in what he's saying, but I'm not rich enough yet. I don't know if it is a question of being rich. It's a question of what I want to be in the future. Do I want to be an employee, even if it is in a very good company, or I want to try my ideas with my colleagues, with my teammates, and create something? It's a question of having this in mind. So don't hesitate. If you have that chance, go ahead.
Another point I would like to make, and this is also to give you an intro to the next session, is that we are all aware. I see there's a hand, I'll just come to you. We are all aware that we are in the world of artificial intelligence, technology, and everyone is talking about so many jobs will be lost because of AI. So many things will be automated, the machines are getting smarter, and which means that if you are going to just continue with something that is mundane, something that is repetitive, the AI can eventually do it. But if you are thinking entrepreneurially, the AI is your best friend, because your thoughts and ideas can easily be translated into whether it's an app, whether it's a product, whether it's a design. So you have this opportunity to harness it, and the next session will also go into that. I saw someone raising a hand. Please come and ask your question.
Oh, I'm supposed to stand up. Okay.
Yeah.
Hi, I'm Melissa. I had a question for the speaker when it comes to the fuck-ups. You presented a lot of the advantages, let's say, of fucking up in a forward, well way. Is it plausible to believe that when you're trying for something new, even if it looks like the odds aren't in your favor, you know that it's probably a failure, but you will learn from it, and therefore you should keep going? Like, at what point you should be, maybe I shouldn't do this because the failure will be too big? Or what is a decision that you have to, what do you have to ponder before taking that step into failure, I guess?
Thank you. So one thing is very important, that don't repeat fuck-ups. If the fuck-ups happen with someone else, that's why sharing is important. It's important to hear others' failures, so that when the fuck-ups already happened, don't go mad and just keep doing it again, right? It doesn't make sense. You will not fuck up in the same space and same arena. So if you're fucking up in a new space and something which is not being tried, because you're convinced, you're passionate, and you figure out that the problem is real, it's okay to fuck up. And how you should figure out that when you should stop, you continue doing it to a certain time, and there is a valley which comes. And that valley is a vicious valley, which means I'm so obsessively passionate about my idea that I will not listen to anybody. And I'll keep continuing doing it. That's the wrong path. So if you're in a fuck-up situation, first is being introspective, feedback loops, figuring out whether this data point is making good sense from the fuck-up or not, and then taking 3 decisions, either to stop or to pivot, which means doing something better because you've learned. Or the third thing is to continue doing it because you still feel that there is something, but don't go beyond the certain limit of being obsessive. That's how you manage this.
So, Anshu, what do you think are the main factors that are the critical factors that result in a startup failure?
90% of startups fail. As simple as that. And
Because of what?
because of the overall reasons of the idea being an idea, not figuring out the problem, not speaking to the users, delaying your product, delaying your solution. I've seen majority of startups remain inside. They don't go outside. That means I have a solution, I'll keep perfecting it. The desire to be perfect and not launching in the market is one of the biggest reasons today that the startups are not able to succeed, because they are not taking it out to the user or the consumer and seeing whether it works or not. They are still stuck at pre-MVP, which means you're not doing your most viable product situation, you're not testing your product market fit, and you're not moving. It's just moving into ideas and trying to keep perfecting it, speaking to too many mentors and not speaking to users. This is my most observant reason, which can be many also, but then this is one of the prime reasons why most of the startups are failing.
According to CB Insights, the main reason for startup fails is that they did not understand the customer's problem. And the second main reason is that they run out of cash. But probably they run out of cash because if they did not understand their customer's problem, they couldn't sell. So they are both very much linked.
Yes, knowing a real problem, like I said, is very important. Talking to your customer, very important. And speed, obviously, because if you keep remaining with the idea inside and not take it outside, you will never know whether it will work or not. How will you attract more investment without attraction? Without attraction on your system, you will never get it out. That means there will be no investor who's interested in you because there is no business model in it. So, like I said, a real problem, talking to customers, building something ugly doesn't matter. Build something messy, take it out in the market and get money for it. Ask money for it. If I build something as a customer, you're Anish, will you buy this from me? And then ratify whether this is a failure, fuck up or not. And here some 20 people like this, and they will tell you what to do next. Entrepreneurship is all about handling shit every day. So be uncomfortable, and that's what you do. Don't be comfortable. The more you get comfortable, that's when you start building, perfecting yourself. Hey, entrepreneurship is not about perfection.
Any other questions from the audience? Oh, you have a question there.
Yes.
Can you bring a mic, please?
Hi, I have one question. When do you cross a line? Because you have to be kind of reckless when you hear like 7 no's and you're still pushing your project, your idea. When are you acting stupid? Is there any line or?
Each one's line is defined by that person. It all depends on your capacity, capability, and ability. Whether you're growing or not, did you take it out in speed or not? Did the customer say it is not working? The moment you hear your customers and you start treating your initial project like a data tool, your line will automatically emerge to give you a choice whether to stop it, to pivot it, or continue. So you define your line. And most of the entrepreneurs suffer from this thing of, they stop innovating because they fear that I will not get investment. Oh, where are my funds? It's important, I understand. But there are so many projects like your projects. There are so many opportunities that the ecosystem is giving today to incubate you, to fund you at basic cost. Be aware. Find out all incubation center, what are they offering? They give you spaces, they give you perks, they give you so many options to not spend the money and take the advantage with basic subscriptions. So create. First is to really take it. Your idea should be that I should take it out to the market fast. But that having said that doesn't mean that go reckless. It's not that you reach the cliff and the only option now you are to jump from the cliff. You'll die.
Another question there?
Thank you. You mentioned that empathy is crucial for a successful entrepreneurship.
Sorry, miss, what did you say? What is crucial?
Empathy.
Empathy, yes.
Yes, listening to customers, the people who have the problem that you are trying to build a solution for. So why does the market discourage empathy from one point and for the sake of productivity? Is it just greed, or is there a thing such as too much empathy?
No, market is not saying that don't get into the empathy. Empathy is what you create. So it's not a fixed rule, right? You create empathy by communicating right and delivering right. Empathy is a game of storytelling, right? It is about you to tell the right conversation to the customer, and market will accept it not like a sympathy, but they will accept it like relatability and say, oh yeah, this is what I'm suffering to. The moment when you tell your solution with a surprising moment in that, which creates a feeling of aha, or says, oh, really? That's when your trigger will happen in the market for you as an entrepreneur. So as an entrepreneur, it's not just about building, it is also about communicating. One of the C's which was picked up was creativity, collaboration, and communication. So communicating the right to the customer is very important, and telling your story correctly is very important. Most of the pitches are won and investments come when you're telling the correct story. And storytelling is the only tool which generates automatic empathy. It's the shortest distance between two people. And it's the old art of ages before, when rockmen were making pictures on the rocks. So we are all storytellers, natural born. It's only to identify the right way and generate the kind of feeling you want, be it empathy. Okay?
Okay. We have here engineers and scientists. Do you think deep tech projects have higher probability of failing than digital businesses?
Deep tech projects have a timeline situation, which non-deep tech projects, because deep tech will be majorly into situations of creating for the benefit at a larger scale. So testing those projects at short scale will always lead to a lot of failure and learning. And deep tech projects, by the way, need you to experiment more, because it's a learning base. And right now, most of the investors, look at the Y Combinator investment sheet for 2026. They are going after deep tech, they are going after climate, they are going after healthcare and energy. These are the 4 projects that Y Combinator is going to fund in the future. So work only on these 4 spaces. You are just coming out with ideas, beam with your ideas, and maybe Y Combinator will invest in you.
Any other questions from the audience? Yes, we have 2 questions here.
Hi.
Hi.
In your opinion, which skills would you develop to become a more successful entrepreneur?
Just love shit. Get messy. The idea of being a skill, okay, so entrepreneurship as a skill, like I said, there are some inherent capabilities, but there are some capabilities which you can harness, which is training your mind. Training your mind psychologically, because you will face with a lot of roadblocks, situations, and failures. So getting rid of something which is called phobia, which is the fear of failure. So get rid of the fear. That's the most important thing which I would feel, is that be aware, you are aware from what's happening. And like I said, your 30 days ramp up, actually that tool is the capability you should develop. But when you say as an education or learning, you need to be in the game to learn. It is not just that it comes with some books or anything. It cannot. Entrepreneurship cannot be taught.
And also like working on people skills, maybe, so we can get our
The first
our
thing
idea.
is about being together with people. Like I said, stop asking how I can do it, who can help me do it. As an entrepreneur, when you ask that question, who can help me do it, you build people skills.
Thank you.
It's not just about soft skills. You know, soft skills today are essential skills. By the way, the worldwide people definition of soft skills is not there anymore. Soft skill does not exist as a definition in any of the world now, any part of the world. So it is about essential skills. And essential skills include empathy and communication, collaboration, critical thinking, and creativity. So if you develop these kind of skills, you're still living for the world of tomorrow. As an entrepreneur, you can't survive with any of these. And that's where the university role comes in, to give you critical thinking, to give you collaboration, to give you communication, to harness creativity. And I'm sure that's what your course is doing, because there is a skill of math, physics, and chemistry. And then alongside technology, which you're teaching and stuff, which is hard skills. And then you're coming to essential skills by offering them an opportunity to communicate, to create, to be critical thinkers. And that's how the Future Skill Academy is actually moving across the world.
Another question? I think somebody raised hands there.
Hello.
Hi. I have actually 3 questions.
I'll try to answer all.
And I think actually some of them actually already went answered. But one is, in your experience, what motivates a founder? And then in the second, I think, is what is more interesting as a job, being a founder or a CEO? What is more interesting and rewarding? And the third, it's a little bit about morals and if you see or if you have seen a lot of entrepreneurs who actually struggle a little bit with the gray lines of the job, if they feel like it's hard to maintain like a moral compass in what they do.
Okay, so what motivates the founder? The power of the word yet, the discomfort, to be uncomfortable, to have a reason to get up every day in the morning and say, let's go, game on. So what motivates is not anything else but being self-aware to the fact that, okay, I will still be there, I have to be there. It's the power of the word yet. That's the most motivating factor that I've seen working. And yes, obviously words like passion and all those remain, but they are, by the way, on the surface. They are not inherently inside. Till you tell your mind that I'm not there yet, or till you walk up to the mirror and say, okay, I'm going to get there, it doesn't work. Your persistence is maddening. It has to be maddening. Plus, then obviously you need to be more aligned to whatever the external ecosystem is. And now, your second question was around, can you repeat?
What is more interesting, being a founder or a CEO, like a business operator? Interesting and rewarding, because it's different.
So look at Google, by the way. The founders became the CEO and left the CEO job and said, no, you keep doing, because we are going to be in the founders, and they start experimenting. Most of the founders who have this bug of doing something new and being discomforted always will never have CEO positions for themselves. They'll kickstart, orchestrate in the beginning, and set the orchestration to someone else. Because that's when they stop innovating, and that's when they want to go back to innovating, be it Google, be it to Bill Gates, to anyone. Everyone, and by the way, Bill Gates didn't write any software after DOS. Microsoft acquired everything else. So when you look at founders and creators today, I've seen a lot of successful startups remaining good when the founder remains a founder than the CEO. Having a good team who can orchestrate well for you is important. And it does better, because then the founder has enough space to innovate more, think larger. It's not saying that the CEO doesn't become a founder. CEO doesn't innovate. CEO can innovate too, because that's true, because he's reading the market fast. But then he will always have a good set of founders who initially started the company and start pushing out more by telling them more customer feedback or market feedback and idea generation. So that's how things can be. And today, by the way, if you were to really look at the AI work, and if you look at Gemini today, look at the Google stack today, you will realize that this started some 20 years back. And they started thinking about this kind of situation that time, and that needs intelligence in space. And that's when the founders had moved out thinking that we will start thinking new. Today now with the Gemini and the GI stack on infra, Google stack on infra, they're going to do great success on AI stuff right now. Third part.
The third part, it's if you see any entrepreneurs with a problem in stretching the gray lines of moral compass, like if you feel like sometimes they stretch it and they feel like bad for it, or if it's easier the more you do it, if you should do it, which in my opinion I think you should.
Moral compass is very important. It is one of the good straight non-negotiable element. For an entrepreneur, or be it a corporate or a work professional in this world, moral compass really is really critical. You should have your ethics in play. Otherwise, you may go haywire. And that's when you move to the dark web, not to the open web.
Excellent. Thank you very much. And
yes.
We are, it's already
Thank you.
11.
Thank you. The next session starts in 30 minutes. Thank you very much.
At one point in the early years in Paris, when he was feeling extremely discouraged, he was just getting nowhere. He went to see Picasso, and Picasso said, "Get in line, wait your turn, just pretend you're waiting for the subway." It's inevitable that you will meet a failure, or two, or three, or four. At the same time, the art itself, the product of that obsession, that obsessive kind of way of working, is the paradigm for all that is free and spontaneous. Surreal, more real than reality itself. A dash of cubism and a dollop of Matisse. Surreal, more real than reality itself. It's just too difficult, too complex to really describe. Surreal, more real than reality itself. A dash of cubism and a dollop of Matisse. Surreal, more real than reality itself. surreal or real in reality itself. With a dash of cubism and a palette of antiques, surreal or real in reality itself. It's just too difficult, too complex to really describe. In reality itself.
This is a reminder to enjoy your life, to always give love, to be loved, and to not stress. And to get the goals I'm working on is to enjoy the journey and have a good time. So you do it too.
Hello, welcome to entrepreneurship course. We have a few seats here in the front. Those who are having difficulty taking a seat, please come here. So wish you all a warm welcome. I just want to know, because we also had a morning session, how many of you were also in the morning session? Please raise your hand. Okay, very few. Okay, so most of you are new. We are having some mic problem. So this course, we will have more detailed introduction, but this course is a very special course. This course is about teaching you entrepreneurial skills and how to think, how to ideate, how to vision and bring them to life. So this is one of the programs that in our faculty is to combine your hard technical skills with certain soft skills. So wish you, all of you, enjoy this program. And I'd like to ask to start this program by inviting our Dean, Professor Julio Alferch, to come here and share some of his thoughts with you. Thank you, Professor.
Bom dia. Hello, good morning. So for those of you that are new in this session, that didn't come to the previous one, welcome to this entrepreneurship course. For those of you that were already here, I already welcomed you. So as Anish said, this is a special course common to all the master programs of the school that is it's a bit different from the usual basic foundational course, technical courses, where you are supposed to develop other skills. So in this case, instead of having the basic technical skills, you are invited to have skills of ideation, have skills of value, be aware of value creation, and this is something that is more important for a scientist or for an engineering, and this is a science and engineering school. So in these weeks, which are different weeks from the usual semesters, this is something that we created more than a decade ago to promote these soft skills. So in these weeks, you are going, first of all, in these first days, to listen to inspirational talks that are supposed to open your mind to the importance of these skills and to be a little bit outside of the technical box that you have through the remaining of your master degrees. And also you are going to be invited to create an idea of a product, a service, whatever, and develop that idea. This is something that, so entrepreneurship is usually viewed as how to create a new company with a new startup with a new idea. It doesn't need to be so. So you are here invited to promote an idea, have a plan for developing that idea, be it for creating a startup or for inside the company that you are working, for promoting your own ideas and value yourself and create value for whoever you are working to. So welcome to this course. Enjoy these inspirational talks and then be passionate about an idea and develop that idea, sell that idea in the pitch that you'll do, in the video promoting your idea that you do, develop a business plan for that idea, and especially be passionate about your idea. Enjoy the entrepreneurship course.
Thank you very much. So you now have a better idea about what this course is about. And now I would invite Professor Telmo Santos, who is President of Department of Mechanical and Industrial Engineering, to share some thoughts.
Good morning, welcome, or some of you, welcome again. I hope that most of you are very excited to be here for this entrepreneurship course. But anyway, let me say something simple for those who maybe are not so excited. And the thing that I would like to share with you is that there are no boring topics, only boring ways of looking at them. I mean, everything can be interesting and useful if you engage with it seriously. You are now students of engineering and science, and you will have a very, very demanding profession in the future. At this stage, you already master some topics of different fields of science, like mathematics, physics, chemistry, and different technologies. And you will use this knowledge to build things and work and things that work and things that will solve the problems. But today, this is not enough. Because today, engineers and scientists must also know how to communicate, how to work in teams, and understand the value creation, understand the innovation process, sustainability, understand the sustainability, not only environment sustainability, but financial sustainability and human sustainability. And yes, you have also to deal with business. Not to stop being engineers, but to become better engineers. That's the point. Entrepreneurship is not about dreaming without limits or violating the laws of physics that you already know. It is about using engineering and science intelligently for the greater good. But of course, with a strong business plan to support it. Some of you, as I mentioned, may be skeptical. That's fine, don't worry. But please be curious, be open, and take this as an opportunity to grow. Welcome and enjoy these challenges.
As Professor Telmo very rightly said, this is a course where you combine your engineering skills, but apply it to something real, apply it to something that helps society, that helps individuals. And that's why entrepreneurship is so beautiful, because entrepreneurship is what makes our society rich. Now, I would call on Professor Virgilio Machado, who was the founder of this course 14 years ago. And Professor Machado will share on why entrepreneurship is so critical for all of us. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Anish. How many of you consider to be or want to be an entrepreneur? 1, 2. Only 2 guys want to be an entrepreneur. We have quite a hard job now. Quite a very hard job. We have been doing this for the last 14 years, and you don't seem so much excited as Telmo was expecting. But we intend that after this process, maybe you want to be something else than just an engineer. You was said that to be an engineer is good, to be a scientist is good. But if you are an entrepreneur engineer or an entrepreneur scientist, maybe you can have a better overview of what you are doing in the future. Entrepreneurship maybe is nothing, or maybe is everything. Everyone can be an entrepreneur. Everyone. It's a question of mind. If our mind opens to the society, opens to the community, to understand what's going on, I'm not just a specialist in engineering, in civil engineering and mechanical engineering, in whatever engineering, in whatever science program. I need to have an overview about what's happening around me. And if I have that overview, maybe I can be a better engineer, as Professor Telmo was saying it. And that is the question. It's about leadership. It's about teamwork. If you are just working alone, and we know that in science and science careers, we are very alone, very isolated, but if you are working alone, you are not so much succeeded. You have to be your team. You have to be involved in a team. You have to develop skills in leadership, in those skills that are essential to your profession. And so in this program, we will try to understand what is important for these people. To be an entrepreneur is not the same as to be an empresario, a businessman. It's not about business. It's about business, but it's not just about business. It's how to create an environment that can help me to work in a team, in a completely different way that we are used to work in the past. So maybe you are going to be challenged. You are in a comfort zone. It's quite easy to study, but now you really don't need to study so much in this process. You need to share your thoughts. You need to share your ideas. Maybe you are going to develop an idea. I don't know if it is the great idea that is coming. There are not so many great ideas. You have a lot of people that you have noticed from all those fancy companies that you know from the social networks. Some of them are created by guys that they didn't finish their programs in the schools, in the university. Anyway, you don't need to be a very good student to be an entrepreneur. And anyone can be an entrepreneur. But if you can get those skills, maybe you can be more successful in your future. That's why we try to implement these ideas in this program. There are a lot of people working with you. Anish and Fernanda are professors, but here they are not really your professor. They are someone that wants to help you. They are like colleagues in your projects. There are a number of so many other professors and mentors that are going to work with you. So please, just open your minds. Just let's look at that. Let's see if it works. Maybe it works. And if it works, maybe in the future we'll be better engineers, as Telmo said again, and maybe you have successful in the future. Don't hesitate. And all of them, above all, you must enjoy. You don't have the stress as in other subjects that you study here. You can really have an environment with people from any other programs, other courses. You can meet new people. You can meet new ways to develop your ideas. So use that for your own convenience. Enjoy and have fun. Thank you very much. Welcome.
So, Professor Machado rightly said, we have a challenge here. Two of you want to be entrepreneurs at the beginning of this course. By the end of the course, we'll see how many we have. But The important thing is that entrepreneurship is not just a career. It's not just something that you do. It's a way of thinking. It's a way of approach. It's about being curious and always trying to think that how can I apply my skills in terms of solving a real problem. So we have prepared a short presentation today for giving you an overview of the course, but we will also have a more detailed video that will be put on Moodle today with all the details about the course, the evaluation, and so on. We won't spend too much time explaining that. So we can start. Yeah. Great. So this course, it's a massive course. We had to have 2 welcome sessions because not everyone could fit in, even despite having such a big auditorium. 900 students, which means approximately 180 teams. And of course, you will go through various series of processes and there will be some winners. But I think all of you can be winners. My goal is 180 teams, all of you can be winners in your own way if you have got something out by the end of this course and enhanced your skills. We will have 21 expert professors, experts in different areas. Some of them are regular university professors from FCT. We also have many professors who are actually in their day-to-day life, they are somehow connected with entrepreneurship. Many of them are founders of companies. Some of them are managers in different companies. All of them bring you different skill sets. So of course, you will have your own professor of your shift to work with, but you can contact any of us because all of us are available to help you. In addition, we have more than 50 speakers and mentors. So we will have a mentorship session. The whole idea is to give you exposure to connect, network with people across different industries and segments. Now, whether you do immediately you start to become an entrepreneur, or you just use these connections and networkings to enhance your career opportunities, this course will open all these possibilities for you.
So this is a huge entrepreneurship course, probably the largest entrepreneurship course in Europe. But why these entrepreneurship courses are important? In your bachelor's, in your master's and PhDs, the courses you take, they have all this scientific profile. Basically, they require you to have analytical abilities. They are very much research-based academic courses. Also, they require you to have written abilities. You need to write tests, exams, write reports, articles. You need to be deep and true. So you need to use methodological rigor in analyzing problems that are presented. You need to be perfectionist. You need to have accuracy in what you are saying. You need to show robustness in your solutions. And also, they are all very much knowledge production courses where you need to develop critical thinking. They are very relevant for you, but also another very interesting and relevant profile that complements this scientific profile is the entrepreneurship profile. In an entrepreneurship profile, you need to be intuitive. You need to take decisions under uncertainty. You need to take risks. You need to develop visual and verbal abilities, very good communication skills, which are very useful in your professional life, even if you don't go for an entrepreneurial path. You need to be brief and to the point, pass the main message in short words and very directly way. You need to be a doer. You need to test solutions, to experiment, to learn by doing things. Basically, you need to look at the market, to pay attention in your key stakeholders, which means in your potential customers, suppliers, etc., and pay attention in the future market trends. Both profiles are equally important and they complement each other, and it's going to help you to have a successful professional life.
So as I had already explained you, on Moodle today you'll find this video where you will have an overview of the course aims and objectives, the program, how the program will run, what will be happening in each of your different practical classes. In addition, we have also many videos that we will be sharing with you, so you'll have a guide on that. Also will be explained in this video what is the evaluation criteria, how you will be evaluated, and so on. And there will be also some pitches, examples of pitches and promotional videos, which you can see because those are key deliverables. So please, today when you go back home, have a look at that video to give you a better idea.
Yes, instead of bothering you with all these details, you can take your time late and see this recorded video. It's really highly recommended that you see there. You are going to find many answers to your doubts along the course. In terms of the program, here is a short view of the program. Today we have the welcome and inspirational talks. Tomorrow also we are going to have more inspirational talks. It's mandatory that you attend to 3. 1 welcome plus 2 inspirational talks. And practical classes, they start January 22, January 23. Some shifts start on 22, others on 23. And these are 3-hour sessions where you are going to work in your business project. It's very important that you prepare at home, that you see the theoretical videos, that you think about your business ideas, and you come to class with ideas for your project to discuss with your professor. These professors are experienced people, and they can help you to refine your business idea. So along these 4 weeks, you are going to work on developing your project. January 30 is also a very interesting and important day. It's an optional activity, which is a mentorship day. In this day, we invite experts from the industry and specialists in different fields, so you can schedule an appointment to talk about your project with these specialists. And you can present your project there, exchange ideas with them, and maybe there you can refine and improve your project in order to have a very strong business idea. So I really recommend you to look at which are the mentors that are available that can help you in developing your project. Then we have another very important day, which is February 9 and 10, which is the pitch evaluation day. In this pitch evaluation day, we join 2 shifts. So 14 teams are going to present their business ideas in this 3-hour session to the professors of the both shifts and also to external guests. And in this day, we are going to give a grade to your pitch. And based on this grading, we are going to select the best 60 to 80 teams, which are the semi-finalists. And we are going to announce to you who are the semi-finalists. All of you need to come on February 13, which is a Friday, 13th Friday, but maybe your lucky day, because you may come to the stage to present your pitch. Only 12 projects are going to present their pitch, 3-minute pitch, in this grand finale, but you don't know if you are going to be called. So you need to come here prepared to do your pitch in February 13. Okay?
So there are 3 main deliverables that you will submit at the end of this course. And of course, this will be based on all the work related to your ideation, business model, prototype. But the first deliverable is a 3-minute elevator pitch. On the last class of that is the 5th practical class, will be the evaluation class. You will be presenting in the class your 3-minute pitches, and the best teams will be selected for subsequent rounds. Also at the end of the class, you will be recording these 3-minute pitches and submitting it as a video. In addition to that, you will also make a 1-minute promotional video. Now, while your pitch is targeted to an investor, the promotional video is targeted to your potential clients. So this is something that you can use your creativity in terms of making it humorous, making it funny. We would strongly recommend that try to record yourself. Don't try to use AI and make it. You can of course use AI to enhance it, but try to get some real script out of here. And so we have also will be sharing some good examples. And at the end of the course, you will also have a 15-page business plan, which will detail the more details about how your project will run. And but this will be done at the end of the course. I hope it's all clear with you, and the video will give you more details that you'll see today.
In this course, we have a fantastic team of professors. Some of them are entrepreneurs, are also entrepreneurs. They have this engineering and science background. Some have also management background, but they can help you a lot in developing your project. So use these practical sessions to discuss your project with your professor, ask good questions, prepare for these practical classes, bring your computer to work in class, and question inconsistencies, questions about doubts, recommendations, and so on. It's very important that you prepare for these practical sessions, seeing the theoretical videos, thinking about your project to come with good questions to your professors. If you don't do any work, you can work during the session while the professor is talking with another group, but you may lose from his support or her support during the session. So I really recommend you to come prepared to these classes, doing homeworks, visualizing the videos that we recommend, bring your computer to do search, to prepare PowerPoints and so on during the 3-hour classes. So basically that's it. Thank you very much. We hope you are going to enjoy this 4-week course.
Right. So thank you very much. Now coming for the main purpose you are here today. The topic is artificial intelligence. It's a topic that has stirred up quite a lot of noise and commotion. We all know that artificial intelligence is coming, and it is going to disrupt lots of jobs. It's going to disrupt even jobs for programmers, and many other jobs are there. But artificial intelligence is also there to help you to build your products more easily. As an entrepreneur, AI is a big boon. So I would welcome Ricardo Ribeiro, who will, of course, go in more details about his own career and perspective, but he's an expert on usage of generative AI in terms of building your products. And this masterclass today I'm sure will help a lot of you in terms of developing your own projects. You could use this as a very powerful tool. So thank you, Ricardo.
It's a pleasure. Morning, everyone. Sincerely hope that you are more excited than I saw it 1 hour ago. Are you excited today or not to get on this journey? Or are you still like, I don't know, we'll see. Okay, the goal here of my talk is to highlight to you how I think artificial intelligence is changing everything. And this is one of the latest technology that, from my point of view, is really, really for everyone. And the goal here is to fill a gap between using AI and get the most from AI. And that's the goal. Okay? And I will try to interact with you. I hope that you will give me some feedback during my journey here. Okay, let's go. Clearly, I will do some provocations here. You will see that some of the provocation will be on an excessive level. Most of them not necessarily will be in a way that I'm showing. But let's think that, what if one founder could do what used to require 10 people and 500K? This was my time. A couple of decades ago, each time I want to fund or get an idea into place, it was two things that I have to have, or three things I have to have in mind. The team still is one of the important things. The second one was to have a very good idea validated by the market. And the third one was to have the money to put it outside, out there. Now the things are getting quite different. And you will see that's why all of you here are able to put your idea in the market with pennies and sometimes with zero cost. We'll see. Meaning, my question here is mostly for all of you, who is using ChatGPT or something like that? Okay, sure, for everyone. Okay, good. And you are doing it for having a chat or for doing something more? Who is doing for chat only? Who is using it for programming? Okay, good. Who is doing it to get rid of PowerPoint? Very good. Who is doing it to research? Okay, good. Okay, I will put here, and then when I leave, I will come back. Okay. This is what we want to get rid of here today. The first is chatting. The other one is doing something valuable other than chatting, because chatting, we do it anytime. Okay, let me present myself. I have at least 3 hats. I have a hat as CEO of Bright Financial Services. Bright, what it's doing is creating empathic agentic AI to try to mimic what's happening in the real world to the digital world. And the second one is I'm an industry fellow at a business school where I teach how to take the most of AI to executive education, mostly to executives which they have and they are struggling how to apply, how to adopt, and how to develop AI projects in their companies. And at the same time, I'm one of you. I'm a PhD student here since the last 4 years, and I sincerely hope that Anish will let me to finish the PhD this year. Okay, my day-to-day is I'm not necessarily studying AI as a deep person on AI, even though I know quite well what is today the difference between traditional AI, and generative AI. I believe that Professor Alfers knows quite well because it's coming from machine learning and AI from the last decades, we can say like this. And in that moment, we were not talking about traditional AI. Now we talk about traditional AI to somehow to get the difference between the old AI, which are still the most important AI, to the one which we are talking about now, which is generative AI. But for you to have a picture, I use AI every single day. I use AI as a way to do my research. I use AI to manage my calendar. I use AI to manage my tasks. I use AI to manage my email. I'm no longer going to my email to see how many emails I have or which kind of emails or priorities I need to have. I do it like this, and I'm not having a background on machine learning or deep science on AI. You will see. I believe that in the end of the day, today, you will see that there are a lot of things for those which are not using AI as a value creation, not only as an automation or chat, you will see that's what we can do. What I do mostly, and for now I will talk about tools and platforms, but what I use is each time I need to research, and one point here, research is not doing AI, doing research for yourself. It's to find the best knowledge, the best sources, and then use AI to leverage yourselves on doing the research. Meaning, what is important today is not to use ChatGPT or other these kind of platforms, is to prepare your very good knowledge base. And the knowledge base means that you need to do your own research on the sources that you can trust and you really trust, and then use AI to navigate with all these corpus of information and raw data, if the case, based on your research. Then, today we can do prototypes. It was, I remember, I was working in a bank for the last 30 years. Finally, I get out from that. And each time I'm waking up in the morning, I'm blessed because I'm not anymore there. But nevertheless, when I remember that each time I wanted to express an idea to the design team and also to the tech team or systems information team, I had to express myself verbally, but also try to write something about what was my idea of a platform, of app, or a customer journey. Now, any of you can express yourself in a design, in a visual manner, in something which you can touch, feel, and you can manipulate, meaning is functional. And this is prototype today. Moreover, you can design the customer journeys. I remember in my time, designing a customer journey took weeks and weeks to do it. Now you can design it, interact it, change it, show it to customers, and to understand if they are willing to buy it, willing to use it or not. And on my teaching side, I'm not using PowerPoints anymore. I'm not lecturing anymore. I do live demos. This is what I do. I give all the knowledge to people ahead, previously. They have from me charts to understand the data, podcasts to listen when they are driving, or other kind of tools. But when the executives came to the class, they put their hands on their laptop. They interact between teams in order to solve problems. This is what I do. And most of them, they bring the problems to their class or to our class. Meaning why this moment is different, because probably you are, most of the time that you are here, and even when you look to the news or you're going to some kind of moonshot websites, you all the time are bringing this to your face, meaning why this moment is different. It's different. It was different on the internet. It was different on the mobile. It was different even when we were talking about blockchain, right? But indeed, this is not hype technology. This is highly democratized, as I told you. If I'm willing to interact by language, interact with non-verbal, interact with the design, interact in any kind of ways, because AI now is multimodal. Irrespective of the way that I interact, I will receive a lot of insights, a lot of things which we can work on. This is, from my view, the most democratic technology that we have, at least until now. Okay, which means that if you look at the past, if I want to come from an idea to a prototype, at least a couple of years ago, it was 3 months, at least 3 months. From my history, it was more than that. And it was cost at least 50K to 500K. Now, this year, we can do it in 3 hours with almost zero cost. Do you believe that or not? Who believes that? Okay. There's a lot of people that doesn't believe, but it's nice to see. Okay, what were the old barriers? Technical skills, meaning I'm not a good guy on AI. I'm not a good person on designing. I don't understand anything about branding. I don't know how to talk with customers. I need to interact with customers to validate my idea, but I don't know how to reach there. I have a world in my side, but at the same time, I have a problem of reach. How can I do this? I'm a co-founder. I need another co-founders. I need the co-founders right now, irrespective which I need a team, which is completely different. And I need cash. Because all the time when we have an idea and we have a pitch deck, the ones that you will be having here, like in the elevator pitch deck that you will doing, in fact, most of the time when you're going to the market, you need cash. From my point of view, not anymore. And this is one of the big differences. You don't need in the beginning the necessary cash to put an idea out there. And let's see it. Okay. What I want to at least aim to have from you here is you to reconsider that assumption that you need skills, specific skills, that you need the cash, and that probably you will need in the beginning to have a huge co-founder in that moment. The idea can start from a team, and then we'll see how the things go. Okay, in that case, what I'm talking about here is this founder augmented. He doesn't understand clearly what keeps people at night. Who understands that is you, meaning execution, building, designing. That's where AI becomes your multiplier. You are the ones which knows quite well what is the problem. Which means that we can look like this. In the end of the day, I'm not saying that you should not work in teams, because this is quietly important. But the metaphor I'm trying to come here is that AI can be your co-founders in some of the tasks. An AI or a co-founder which is not asking equity from you, probably, at least for now. It's available 24/7, no arguments about direction, no convincing needed, and no 20% of your company. Let me show how we can do this. We can do this by doing research and validation. Who using Notebook LM here? Okay, not so many people. Right, good. Who is using Claude here? Okay. Who is using Google Stitch? Who knows what is Google Stitch? Okay, one person there. Only one. Okay. And who is doing or using Cursor, Lovable? Okay, good. And automation, Make, Zapier, N8N. Okay, the same, you see? The same guys here. Okay, let's do enough talking and let's put the things here. What we'll do here is an idea to a prototype in a couple of minutes, and we'll do it together, okay? And what I'm asking here now, idea. Who has an idea? And who has an idea? Hello. You are starting ideas next week, I believe. Hello? Nobody has an idea? It has to be my idea? Nobody wants to share an idea here? And we work on an idea to prototype? Anish, Fernanda, you are in trouble. Who has an idea? You have an idea? Come here, please. Come on, here. Okay, let's do this. Okay, this is yours. Come here and share the idea.
So, well, my idea in topic of AI was to use computer vision in drones to help the agriculture sector in controlling humidity in terrains, in controlling cattle, for mainly focused on vision, but could also, we have multimodal systems, we could do resumes, we could synthesize the information for people who own land and use it every day. As I'm from Alentejo, they need to, how do we say it, manage it. And the system could turn many hours in the field and synthesize it.
Okay, which means that you need to have the tools to collect the information and transform that information in a way that your customer will use it, correct? To do that, you need a platform, correct?
Correct.
Okay, let's come here. Okay, what I will do with your name?
Diogo.
Diogo. Okay, I will do it with Diogo at the same time. I'm going to an application which is Stitch. Okay, Stitch is a platform made by Google, which is still in beta, meaning experimental phase, but I believe the last 4 or 5 months, and is completely free. You don't need to pay anything, and you can design the platform you need. Okay? And what we'll do is we are going to do a web version. You can have the app or version. Are you able to see it? Or is it too small? It's okay? Okay. Meaning, let's describe. I need a platform. You can do it in Portuguese too, okay? I need a platform that is to show the customers. Let's say that the customers are B2B, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Which presents the soil.
Soil and animals and the cattle.
Okay. The soil landscape. Oh, sorry, landscape. Oops, landscape. And I could do it by voice, which was really better. Let's camp and the animals based on images from
drones and cameras mainly.
Drones and cameras. Okay. And the goal is to be highly data driven, right?
Makes sense.
And the dashboard. Okay. I will need a login page.
Yes.
A product page and the dashboard. It's fine like this?
Seems reasonable.
Okay, what I did was to express in language, even though the best way is to do a design in a paper with a pencil and then take the picture and upload it here. It was the best way. But let's see how this works. And here we express what we want and we can iterate later. We are not going to iterate because we don't have the time. But what we'll do is to do a first scheme, design visuals, what it can be my platform. Okay? And let's see if you agree.
Okay, sure.
Okay? Then afterwards, we are going to transform this platform in a working prototype. A working prototype, which means that AI is helping us to code the platform in order to have something that we can show in a way that is functional to other people, mostly to our customers, and also to the people that it will be advising us on see if the platform makes sense or not. And what it's doing, the best way, one thing which is important also, the best way to have the layout and the design materials meaning the inspiration, that we want our platform to be fit on is to bring examples from other websites or other platforms. For example, if I was putting here an example of a website, the colors, the design, the layouts, AI would understand their concept of design and incorporate the design in the platform that we are doing here. As you see, AI is designing for ourselves, and then you can download these artifacts after doing your interactions, after doing everything that we want about your platform, and then you can download it as HTML, and then you can do a lot of things with that. Okay, let's, we have already something. Let me zoom in and see. You can look here because it's better.
Okay.
Okay? Okay, what do we have here?
A good login page. Seems has everything we need.
Okay, you have a dashboard.
Total animals spotted. Yes, it goes, and a map too, which could be refined in the future, but...
Exactly. And you can put everything like the charts and the pictures in the next step in the backend, because you still maintain the concepts of backend and front end. And this is the landing page.
Seems it could sell the idea.
You can sell the idea. What do you think? It's nice? Yeah? Meaning, applause to your colleagues.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Okay. As you see, we have a landing page here, which we can change everything by using natural language, meaning by speaking or writing or doing other kind of artifacts. We have a dashboard here, and we have a welcome page. I could create several pages and organize the pages in a flow, which could be the journey of a business-to-business customer, okay? But what I'll do next is to get here, and I will take print screens of this information in another platform. And now I'm going to Lovable. I asked before, who is working with Lovable? Okay, let's see. Okay, Lovable is one thing that is called vibe coding. Vibe coding means that you bring AI to help you code an idea, a platform, a website, a dashboard, and also you can have the same concept for the people at least which are studying computer science. You have the front end and you have the back end and you have the database. You have all the ecosystem here which AI is helping you to create. Let's do it. What I will do is to take a screenshot. I'm taking a screenshot here. Okay. And I will put here. I have one page here. I will get the other page, which is this one. And I will get the other one. For the other one, let me get this like this and getting this. I can do it for using natural language also, but the goal here was to start with an idea which is already in a way, latitude on the law. Touch, and is here, my desktop, and okay. Meaning we have those 3 pages, which could be 10, 12. It will be the HTML code here. It could be anything that you want. And simply, I'm saying, create this website. Website and the dashboard. Right? I could do here I could put here some websites as inspiration, as guiding lines for design or other kind. I can select a theme. Let's maintain the theme as it is in the image. And let's start. And because AI is starting to be a bit smart on putting the questions, the right questions, and using something which is chain of thought, okay? It is a chain of thought that we are going to start, meaning asking the real questions which are needed for AI to understand, for these agents to understand what is the purpose. Okay, let me increase this for you to see better. And okay, what he's saying, a landing page, he's saying a login page, a dashboard, and he's asking some questions. Okay, are we doing a real authentication? We should do it. But today we are not, only a question of time, okay? We are going to do a visual prototype. Because if it was a real one authentication, I had to connect to the cloud, to the database, and also to authentication. I don't want to use a backend now, because I'm here doing a demo which in short time. Let's do a static mock data. And which pages should I prioritize building first? All 3 pages. Let's do it, the all 3 pages, all right? And I want an interactive map. Okay, it will create a visual prototype only, a static mock data, and an interactive map. Let's do it. And let me show you what is Lovable doing now, right? And gives you a plan, which you can change. Meaning, what I will do, the page 1 is the marketing landing page. It will have a navigation bar. It will have a hero section. It will have precision monitoring suite, a login page. It will give you a monitoring dashboard, okay? It will give you a lot of things, the design system and the design layout as a dark theme, accent colors, typography, which you can change everything, but let's implement this plan. While this is implemented, let me show you here in the top, here, what you can do. Here, you can create all your database, all your backend. You can use LLMs to help you on developing the app, and all the time you have a stage environment, dev environment, and the production environment, exactly as the ones which already knows how this works. It's working. It's nothing different. You can change the design, but also you have all the code, and the code is yours. You can download the code, give it to another person, put it on your GitHub, change the code directly, not necessary to have AI doing everything, because sometimes I need to do some tweaks to the code, validate the code, audit the code. You can do everything. For those which are not so good on coding, rely on AI, but in the end of the day, the thing which I recommend you is, before putting in production, ask somebody to do an assessment on data access and pen testing, meaning interaction test mostly. But you can have this, you can do this in a couple of hours. You have a complete platform done to be showed. Let me show you how it is. It's still working. In that side panel, you see what it's doing. It's setting up the design system. It's creating the landing page. It will create a login page and a respective dashboard. And we can see everything that is done, meaning this is using React language, could be other kind of language, but React is the best language for the internet on this case. If we are doing activities on the back end, the Lovable and other LLMs will use Python, which most of you know quite well, the language of data, in order to put everything in place. Let's see. Let's see what it comes. And you will see that we can do all the changes we want. Sometimes we take, when we have the platform already in the first interaction ready, we can take a picture or a snapshot of something that we want to change, put in AI and say, okay, change this name, change this button, have an action, have a different action, have a journey with this sequence, change the color, change the way we can interact, which means that during your entrepreneurship journey, most probably, at least this year, Fernanda and Anish and all the mentors will see that your projects will be quite good. I'm sure. It's almost finishing. Let's do it. It's almost there. It finished the landing. It finishing the login page. As you can see here, for example, you have already the index or not. Index is here. And you can do the changes if you know how to code. You can do the changes on the package JSON where the instructions are. You can do anything which is possible when you are coding. The different thing here and that you can augment yourself, accelerate yourself, and for the ones which are not knowing about coding. While this is working, let me show you another thing. If I wanted to have this here, let me show you. I select this on the Google Stitch, and I want to do some changes, another design, I can put, do a different version, version in dark mode. Okay, meaning what I did was to select the page I want and to interact, to have different versions of this. While this is working, let me see if you have already this done. It's almost there. Let's see what's happening here. Okay, he's working on another one. And by the way, I told you, Google Stitch is completely free. You can access Google Stitch in your browser, only to put Google Stitch there, and you can create web apps and websites and platforms and dashboards and a lot of things related to the design. Lovable is free. It gives you some credits in the beginning. Then probably you have to pay. But if you do the design first in Google Stitch and do the good design first, and you upload the design to Lovable, it will see that you are saving a lot of credits in the beginning because you are not interacting with AI on Lovable in order to have the site then. Okay. And this is what we have.
What about it? It's good? Okay. And we have a lot of, we can change everything. We can put everything in a backend. We can have the data set in a backend as an admin level to configure everything that you have here, like a CMS, meaning a content management system. If you want to have something more robust, you have information about the product, meaning this is functional. You have information about the services, about the technology, about case studies, documentation. Also, you have the sign-in page, as you see, most likely the one that we have it before. And even we can have like warnings. If we are going to put the things right, we could put here like a sign-up page, anything we can ask here in the right side to have the changes. Okay? It worth? It was good? Yeah? Are you going to use it more? Good. Let's come to the presentation again. Meaning what I did was a brand identity, a website, and a working prototype. As you see, it was cost zero. And I could move on, and the cost was nearer to zero again. Which means that today you can do this very, very easily. But let's come to that thing about David and Goliath. Because in the end of the day, sometimes what we say is the small guy shouldn't win, but it's the way that the small guy will win. Because speed beats resources, this is clear, meaning iterate faster than big companies. When you look to the companies that I worked before, it was big companies, it was difficult to do anything, it was bureaucracy, it was regulation, it was a lot of things. Here today, you can skip most of that in order to have your things done. But do you think we are becoming lazy? Yeah, we are becoming lazy, correct? And that is good or bad? Bad? Not good? Not bad? Not good. Okay, I believe it's yes, but the but. Okay? What is important for you to have in mind? Let me get this. I believe what is important you have in mind is that technology and AI is the equalizer. I hope that when you leave today here, this session, all of you are using these kind of tools in order to leverage yourselves. But the big differentiation here is that is your insight, is your taste, is your understanding of the problem, is your domain expertise, which makes the difference. Because AI can build anything, but it cannot tell you what's worth building. And this is the real differentiation between all of you. And what I hope here is to challenge you for a 48-hour sprint. What is a 48-hour sprint? All of you, let's come from idea to a prototype in 1 weekend. And on Saturday, you validate the problem using Notebook LM or other kind. You define the solution and we iterate with the solution in team with AI helping you. You build your presence with Google Stitch, as you said, as I demonstrated. And also you can go on the next day prototyping your application, your website, the way that you can showcase your business, your idea to your customer. And this is using these tools that I show you today, but there are other kind of tools that you can use. Use the tools by leveraging your idea, your concept, not to define your idea or your concept. And clearly, the barrier is gone. I don't have resources, which was my question in the past. I don't know the right people. No. Can I build this? Yes. Should I build this? This is a question. And is this the right problem? This is what is in the moment and the head of the people. The most successful founders of this decade won't be those who know the most about AI. They will be those who know the most about human problems. And this is the key issue will differentiate yourselves from the other ones which are also using AI. Build, tell me about it, I mean it. Tell me about it on my LinkedIn. And if you want, you can take this, scan this QR code. You have a cheat sheet to help you to build your next platform, your next idea. And I'm open to questions. Thank you. Well, question. Who has questions? Everybody wants to go to lunch, yeah? Anyone? Ah, yeah, I can, of course. It's over there. Questions? Who is doing, you have a question?
I don't have a technical question. I have a question. If everyone can build a startup in an afternoon, does that mean that there will be a lot more competition, being successful will be harder or easier?
Okay, and the competition will be harder in one sense. But how you deal with the competition is to do a hard job while you will be here on the entrepreneurship. Because on entrepreneurship, it's not a question of the tools, because the tools, as you see, are pretty simple, are non-costly, and very fast. What you learn from my point of view, and it will distinguish yourselves, and I hope and believe that 180 teams will deliver very, very good and impact ideas, is based on your understanding of the problem and understanding of the human problem, which AI cannot do you. That is the differentiation point from our point of view. Thank you, Anish. Any question? Okay. Somebody has something like this? Okay. You can use this and I will speak.
Hello, good morning. Thank you for coming. There are many people talking about a possible growing AI bubble involving companies like OpenAI, Microsoft, NVIDIA, and kind of a circular economy. Have you heard of it? What are your thoughts about it? I just wanted to know.
Okay. I still see that we are not going through a bubble because we are still in the infancy of the technology and mostly to have the real infrastructure to take the most from the technology. And we are talking about infrastructure, talking about to find new ways to expand the energy that is necessary from one side, the other side to turn AI and the technology behind more sustainable, meaning to have more computing power with less cost, which means that I believe that we are still in the infancy or in the beginning of everything that we can have from AI. We are still in the infancy of agentic AI, for example, using agents. And moreover, You have good examples of Google DeepMind, for example, and all the work that Google DeepMind is doing on research and try to solve biggest problems in the world, meaning all the money which can be there, it's not a big question. We are not going, from my point of view, to have another artificial intelligence winter as we got in the past.
My question is more about the costs, because I use Lovable, I use N8N because I'm building something in an association. But the difficult part is the cost, because, okay, I can develop my idea by building a website, prototypes, but when I go to testing, I have costs. How can I pass that? Or maybe that's not a point when I'm an entrepreneur. I don't know. How can we build an idea with zero costs when I have to test it and I don't know how to do it, so I need to get someone to do that part, and that costs me money.
Things are getting interesting as the time is going. One of the things, for example, that I understood last time from Lovable is Lovable is intending to, meaning Lovable, for example, changed their pricing model yesterday, which means that we can have credits without upgrading. And this was a mess, which is quite fine. And we can have small credits only for one thing that we have to do. After the moment that we are not developing anymore for a certain period of time, we can reduce to the least subscription possible, which is quite good. And everything functions. The second thing is Lovable and other vibe coding companies, what they are doing is trying to create an ecosystem. And now you start having people which will be inside of these platforms. They can do your pen testing, they can do your cybersecurity testing with a small fee, because they can use also AI to help you on doing that. Meaning you don't need to hire somebody outside or look to somebody, even though you don't know if it's capable or not capable to do it. You can have the ecosystem which is supporting you. Okay? Thank you. There's two questions over there. Okay.
So, okay. Good morning. Thank you for the presentation. My question is on the, okay, so in the beginning of the presentation, one of the things that was shown is you can have one founder and not as much founding money-wise. And my question to you is, what aspects of a business developing system make you decide if you need AI or if you need someone or a team for a specific aspect? Meaning, for example, do you first try and solve a problem with AI, and then if you can't, with one of these platforms, for example, and then if you can, you go and find a team? Do you realize that this is an issue that I should definitely get someone because it has X and Y characteristics? What is the thought process?
I have to come here because I have to. You can start wherever you want, but my case mostly is, and the things I know, normally idea comes from one person. Can be two, but normally comes from the head of one. And then we try to find a team that can give us a support, the co-founders give us a support in order to leverage this idea and also to validate the idea. What I'm trying to say is that if you have an idea and you can showcase the idea as I show here, then probably you will need a team of co-founders and a team to back that idea when we are going to put it in the market. But in the beginning, you can do a lot of work with your idea, showcase your idea in a way that in the past was not possible when you're trying to convince and try to get your team, a team of co-founders and the rest of the people that you need to go. You can have today an MVP in a short time. You can test your MVP within your relatives, your friends, and the customers. And then you can decide which are the people that fits most your ideals, your values, the way that you want to leverage this as a company and as a project with impact. Okay? Good.
Last question.
Hello. We didn't really talk about this much here, but I don't think we can just ignore it because, yes, AI can help us a lot building something much faster without costs, but there's a large environmental impact when using AI. And I just wanted to know, should we really be promoting this for every step of creation of our idea, or should we be using it in a more moderate way? Because we cannot just ignore how impactful AI can be and just using this to make a website, or like we did now in these few minutes, what was the environmental impact of this? Should we try to do it a bit, like how can we take advantage of what AI can offer without being so impactful on our environment?
You know, you have a concept of exponential organizations. And the concept of exponential organization or exponential technology, you are doing trade-offs between how exponential you can be on technology and how you are treating and impacting sustainability of living of the planet when you are sucking up a lot of energy to compute, well, everything you need. And at the end of the day, this is a trade-off that you have to have in your mind all the time. And one of the things is, if you have a real idea, which is having a huge impact, having in mind the impact which you will have on financial sustainability, but also climate sustainability, then the trade-off is that one, meaning you are improving the sustainability using in a certain moment how AI can reach you there. Because otherwise, the question is how much time you will take to reach that point and be impactful if you are not using tools that can leverage you to that moment. And also, it comes to do the things like this, because it's a question of time versus tools. If you are using mostly the same tools because you are using your laptop for 3 months to try to put an idea outside, or you use your laptop with AI in 3 hours to have an MVP and test it, the question is a trade-off of that, and you can count. But nevertheless, there's a very good project from Google, and I believe that it will come to the market, not only from Google, but from other AI providers, which is for you to have immediately and before you are using the AI or your project to understand what is your footprint at any moment. And this will be important because when we are using AI, we need using AI with purpose, having in mind what is our footprint in any moment. And this is something which will come in the near weeks in order for us to, when we are using, we understand what are the footprint that we are impacting in that moment. Okay?
Okay. I think we can end the session today. It was a fantastic session. Thank you so much, Ricardo. And thank you. Next session, we start at 2. Thank you.
Change your style. This is the biggest selling record you've ever had. Is it going to mean a change in the kind of music you play?
No, we've always played this kind of music. It's just that this one is the biggest selling record.
Isn't that nice?
Fine, my lady, fine, my baby, butterfly from my belly. Anytime where I see you, you're so fine, my lady, fine, my baby, butterfly from my belly. Time where I see you. Fine, my lady, fine, my baby, butterfly from my belly. Anytime where I see you, you're so fine, my lady, fine, my baby, butterfly from my belly. Time where I see you. the silence fade. Don't you realize it will be fine till the it drives so far to the silence fade. Don't you
commence. Je préfère rire.
Hello? Great. So we are ready for another session. I hope you had a nice lunch and you're all fresh for the new presentation here. Longevity and metabolic health. Why this topic? Why we, being an engineering school, are focusing on it? This is, I want to give a background around it. Ricardo, maybe you can use that mic. Okay. So I'll tell you all a story. I'll tell you the story behind why this topic is something very dear to my heart. And Ricardo, being the man of AI, now that you know, he actually, it started with my own experiences and Ricardo's own PhD thesis, which is very much connected with the topic of metabolic health. We believe that there is a great, sometimes the biggest discoveries, the new discoveries in the world are hidden in plain sight because you are looking into a new phenomena. Ricardo, do you want to share a little bit about your microphone? Microphone, can we have one? Yeah. So Ricardo, maybe you can give an introduction to our audience. What is AI and metabolic health and why is it connected here?
Okay, hello again. AI has a lot of things about metabolic health because one of the things that is important, and you will see from Professor Anish, is not only to change the habits we have in order to be more healthy, and it's quite simple, you will see, because I learned this from him, and I'm a metabolic healthy guy now. But the issue here is how you can sustain your change behaviors for a long term. That is the big question. And the way for us to sustain our habits, or our change of how we do our nutrition, how we can interact with our life every day, is to pick up on all these corpus of data and try to excite and somehow to gamify and somehow to give the people the knowledge they need to continuous making and being healthy. This is one side. And the other side is to bring up all the research which has been done, and it can be also done in a present based on biomarkers, technology, meaning what is happening around us, what is happening on our health, bringing all this data in order to give insights and strategy and tactics for people to sustain their behavior. And this is what I'm doing in my PhD thesis.
Thank you, Ricardo. So let's start. There will be many concepts. There will be many concepts which will come across different fields, from biochemistry to health to nutrition to AI. So let's get started on this journey. Now, human being, mankind, as far as we know, have been searching for Holy Grail. What is the Holy Grail? That's we all want it. The elixir of life. We all want to be very healthy. We all want to live long lives, and it's not just long lives. Lives where our brain continues to work very efficiently, our body is working very efficiently. We feel good about ourselves. So I want this session to be quite interactive, because it's not about just me sharing a knowledge. It's about me sharing our experiences, our research. But I want to hear from you, some of you at least. How many of you you think that you are making an effort towards your health, to try to be healthy? How many of you are doing anything? Okay, so I just want to hear one or two voices. Maybe our volunteers can help. What are you doing for your search for the Holy Grail towards health? How are you taking care of your health? Anyone wants to speak? Raise your hand, please. She will come with the microphone to you. No one? No. Okay, all right. You can chip in at a later stage during the presentation. Whenever you want to speak, just raise your hands and you'll get a microphone. Now, people are trying different things. People are changing their diets. People are going to the gym. People are doing exercises. People are taking supplements, and we try to get as much information as we can from different sources on how to be healthy. This is something a lot of us give a lot of importance to. Luckily, you are still very young. Most of you are very young audience. So I think most of you are in the prime of your health. You're in the prime of your youth. But if you look at your parents, at your grandparents, all of you see that people start aging and the health deteriorates with time. You cannot take it for granted. When I was of your age, I was someone who would never think about health. Health is the last, because I would take my health for granted. I would say, I can go eat anything, go anywhere, just because I never had any problem when I was in my 20s. Okay. But then I will later on narrate what really happened to me and which was a big trigger on why I started giving this much importance. But some of you who raised your hand, probably you've tried all of these things. Today, the whole world of health advice is a big, confusing blob because if you will read, some journal tells you X, another journal article will tell you Y, and there will be all these supplement companies and manufacturers trying to push on different supplements. Many of you who go to gyms know how much the people taking 20 tablets a day, thinking that that will be keep us healthy. Now, I'm not here to tell you one particular advice that this is how you can be healthy. I'm going to share my experience, and I'm going to share certain discoveries that are being made in the world and how you can use that if it helps you in your journey. Unfortunately, despite many people trying to be healthy, trying to have a so-called healthy diet, which is, again, nobody knows what a really healthy diet is because there is so many conflicting information. Ultimately, sickness catches us. In fact, by the time a lot of people, by the time they are even in the 30s and 40s, one or the other chronic ailments eventually affects us. And then we need to go to our doctors, to our healthcare industry, and I would call it the sickness industry, not the healthcare industry. We should rename it because the sickness industry is not focusing on health. The sickness industry is focusing on sickness. So a typical training for a doctor is to prescribe you pills and drugs and medicines. Very rarely you will find a doctor actually focusing on what are you eating, what are the components, how do they interact. Maybe some of them do, but that's not part of the training. I've been to various medical schools, I've interacted with them, and unfortunately this is a growing recognition that nutrition has never been a backbone of the medical science. So it's almost like the drug industry is working in a parallel dimension, and things that you do for health, which is where you go to the gyms, the nutritionists, and so on, that's working in another dimension, and there is no sync between the two. Once you are sick, you are just going to keep on taking medicine, and unfortunately, this hasn't been helping for our population at large. Now, don't get me wrong, I am not against medications, I'm not against pharmaceutical drugs. They have had a big role. What we need to divide diseases into two categories. One is the acute illnesses. Acute illnesses is you contracted an infection, you need a drug, you have a bacterial infection, you need a vaccine against some kind of a pathogen, or you have a headache, or you broke your arm, you need a surgery. Those are acute situations where you use drugs to either numb the pain or to reduce the inflammation. They are working really good. But unfortunately, we are in an era where we are living longer lives. The lifespans have increased because of better access to sanitation, nutrition, lifestyle, and so on. So at one hand, we have improved our lifespan, but on the other hand, the proportion of diseases that are chronic diseases is increasing exponentially. And chronic diseases are those diseases that stay with you, that affect you, and it keeps worsening. They are also known as lifestyle diseases because the medicine industry cannot cure any chronic disease, whether it's type 2 diabetes, whether it's high blood pressure, whether it's even cancer, whether it's nerve disorder, all these kinds of diseases, they just keep worsening, and the standard idea is that you need to keep taking pills to somehow manage them, but you can never cure them. So that's what a chronic disease is. And this is what started our journey. Now, this is an article that's quite recent, from 2018. It identified, this is from United States. Now, the reason I'm putting United States data, I also have European data, but it's not so different. Maybe in the United States, obesity is a little bit higher than Europe. We all know that. But this is quite alarming that this article stated that 12% of American adults are metabolically unhealthy. Okay? 12% are metabolically healthy, which means, what is the rest? 88% of Americans across all age groups are metabolically unhealthy. Now, what is metabolic health? Now, we've used this term, but I haven't yet defined it. Metabolism is all about how your body processes the energy. What is the energy cycle? Your main sources of energy, that's your fats and glucose, how your body is processing them, how your cell metabolism is working, how efficiently is it working. And metabolic health is, in a way, and more so, me and Ricardo, we have come to realize that through our research, this is in a way linked to the root cause of almost all of the chronic diseases today. Now, this is sometimes not well appreciated. Many times the healthcare industry will look at diseases as separate problems. If you have a high blood pressure, take this pill. If you have diabetes, take this pill. If you have migraines, take this pill. But there is a common thread for most of these chronic diseases, and that is metabolically a disablement in your metabolism. That's why metabolic syndrome is more and more being recognized, and there has been a new approach, and a lot of biochemists, doctors, the metabolic health conferences, more and more so around the world, who are looking at metabolic health, and they have different markers, different biomarkers. For instance, in this article, it identifies high blood glucose, triglycerides. Triglycerides is the amount of fats floating in your blood in molecules or lipoproteins known as VLDL. So it is another marker. Then high density HDL cholesterol, the higher is better. Usually a low amount of HDL cholesterol, high blood pressure, and high waist circumference, which means you have a lot of visceral fat accumulation. Now, these are just some of the markers that are used to identify metabolic syndrome, but this is a very much growing problem all over the world. It is affecting almost every nation of the world, and so this is one article. Now, some data points. When we look at the data points of chronic diseases, this is data from United States, listing out various different chronic disease and its prevalence. Now, what is alarming? So one of the most common chronic disease is high blood pressure, elevated blood pressure. The problem is that when you have an elevated blood pressure, there is damage to the arteries, and this damage eventually is the leading cause of strokes or death. And this is a very big problem. In fact, heart attacks or strokes are one of the biggest killers in terms of chronic disease, and more than 80% of the heart attack cases, you will see that high blood pressure has been a a correlating factor. And it's not just a correlating factor, it's also kind of a positive factor, because you know when you have high blood pressure, you will have vascular damage. The interesting fact is that looking at the age group of young people, 18 to 34 years, you have this yellow line is the high blood pressure. More than 10% of young people had high blood pressure. Now this would, in the age group of 35 to 64, it went to as high as almost 40%. And when you go to seniors, that's above the age of 65, you had almost 70% people with high blood pressure. Now the same thing is true for all the other diseases which are highly correlated with metabolic syndrome. And this is what I would like to today share with you, the mechanisms of why, what is the linkage between these various diseases. But one thing I would want you all to wonder, our bodies have evolved over at least 2 or 3 million years of evolutionary cycle. Sometimes the prevailing thought is that our body, our cells, our DNA is very stupid or dumb and doesn't work efficiently. And this has been the prevailing thought which often many medical professionals have, and the pharma industry especially, has seen that you must make chemical interventions to fix it. But we never stop to question, as a society, are we all doing collectively something incorrect? That our evolution of 3 million years, is it possible that maybe it happened in a different environment? Our bodies were not meant to be subjected to the conditions which we are subjecting them today, which is why all of these metabolic diseases are growing, especially high blood pressure. Why is it that more and more population, as you age, is susceptible to high blood pressure? It's a question which we must ask, and I will attempt to answer that, because this answer has been already explored by the metabolic health researchers. Now, this is European data. Again, you can see high blood pressure in EU. Portugal this is for population above the age of 15, and in Portugal, almost 30% of that population had an incidence of high blood pressure. Amongst the EU, it's a bit higher. Now, let's delve deeper. So this was our research question, and this I'll put some research question which myself and Ricardo we have been exploring. Now the question was, can diet and lifestyle prevent and reverse chronic disease? Mostly, very rarely there has been efforts from mainstream in terms of reversing. Sometimes we talk about prevention, but when you're sick, you're supposed to be sick. But can it be used to reverse these chronic diseases? This is our first question, and we will explain how we have tried to answer it, how it has been explored, but then comes to the next question. Now, in our research, we found that there is a new trend, a new phenomenon. There are certain doctors, researchers, and academics who are very actively exploring metabolic health. In fact, as I told you, there are now metabolic health conferences held around the world, and there is a growing community of researchers and doctors who are very active in there. And some of them have used the tool that all of you are now very much into, the social media, especially YouTube channels, in terms of communicating this knowledge, communicating this information about metabolic health. And many of these channels, they have participants in millions. And a lot of them, a very large percentage of them, have been reporting they have reversed diseases which the drugs and pharma couldn't help them, but by changing their diet and dietary patterns, they have reversed their diseases, whether it's type 2 diabetes, whether it's high blood pressure, even certain cases of cancer, neuropathy. So this was our research question, that how do we because we're talking about millions of people, and this is a large growing bottom-up movement. You still won't get this advice in your local clinic or in your Centre of the South. This information still is not there. But these guys, like Dr. Eric Pressman on the left side, he is a professor in obesity medicine at Duke University. Since I think around more than 25 years, he has been applying diet to reverse diseases, and he's been doing it very effectively with huge success. He has an online course, an online program. So we connected with him, and because we identified this challenge, that we want to now know that if this phenomena is so successful, why is it not being used more? Why is not more awareness line of thought? So Ricardo has been using sentiment analysis and AI to look through millions of comments and try to identify what is the opinion of people, how do they report any improvements. Using this big data, can we generate some insights around it? Similarly, on the right side is Dr. Ben Bickman. He is a biochemist, very much active. His channel is also something very, very scientific. Sometimes it goes a little bit deep into biochemistry. This is something I would definitely recommend you to explore, but this is the part, because we are technologists. We have to connect with people who have domain knowledge in the area, but today's engineer cannot be bound that I am a mechanical engineer, I only works with mechanics, or I am a chemical engineer, I only work with chemistry. Today we have the tools and the knowledge, because being an engineer, we all have logics. We have the ability to expand. So we have to use the core skills that we have and connect with others, and that's what we have been doing. Now, the third aspect, and this is where we are applying this research, because our research has been so positive, because we see that there is definitely meaningful change happening. We wanted to see that how can we build a product that can help eventually maybe thousands or millions of people reverse their diseases using the same approaches that has already been so successful and with people. So that's why we are also in the phase of creating our own startup, where we are using various approaches of a platform, gamification, tools, in order to empower every individual who wants to take care of their metabolic health. Firstly, in terms of what biomarkers you can track, how can you integrate with wearable devices, how you can integrate with lab tests so that your lab work you can understand, because we are living in an era where we outsource everything. We just go to a doctor prescribes pill, and you come home. But we want to change this mechanism, because more and more people want to learn, what do my biomarkers mean? How metabolically healthy I am? And connected this to the most important thing is, what meaningful changes in my lifestyle can I do? How do I sustain that behavior? How do I gamify this approach? And also, how I can get personalized AI help. Now, our vision is that there will be a time where AI and platforms will definitely help individuals, but individuals will need personalized coaches, and that's where you cannot do all the job of humans. You need humans who have domain knowledge, who have the empathy, and our vision is also to connect with this network of researchers so that we can build meaningful coaches, health coaches, who can help and provide an alternative path to people who are having all these metabolic disease. You can go through the drug route and not make any meaningful change in your life, or you can make certain lifestyle changes, and by tracking your biomarkers, reverse your disease. Now, I would also like to share my own story, because that's what triggered me, that's what got me to this point where I started looking at metabolic health very, very importantly. This was in 2013. I was probably 26 years old, not too old. If one thing you notice about me, I had a central adiposity. I had a lot of visceral fat. I didn't know that. And I was feeling a bit fatigued, feeling a bit tired, and I went to to do a test, and my doctor was shocked. Your fasting blood glucose, for those of you who don't know, your fasting blood glucose, your body loves your glucose to be in a very narrow range, between 70 and 100 milligrams per deciliter. I was 350. That means very severe case of type 2 diabetes. Triglycerides is another marker which notes the fats, basically the fats in your bloodstream. It shows that you have a complete dysregulation of your energy metabolism. That's why these two markers are very, very important. And I was told that I'm in a very severe case of type 2 diabetes. I must take insulin because even when I did my own research, this is the recommendations given by the American Diabetes Association. It says diabetes is considered a progressive condition, which is why the first step you take to manage your diabetes will not stay effective long term. First thing is, you're already told no matter what you do, you're not going to make it. I'm sorry. Many times the first medication is metformin, which decreases the amount of glucose produced by the liver. However, medications like metformin may not be enough to manage your diabetes as time goes on. You may need more and more diabetes medications to reach your blood sugar target. The progression of type 2 diabetes is why it may feel like a race you can't win. And this is when I went and did my own research and I saw, wow, this is really scared the hell out of me. I said to the doctor, what can I do? No, okay, do whatever you want, but even metformin is not enough. You have too high, you must take insulin. Anyways, I did my own research. I started taking medications and tried some diet. Things improved a lot. My blood sugars went down. But there is another misinformation that's often shared by the medical community. That's if you're a diabetic now, you can, instead of trying to keep your blood glucose between 70 and 100, it's okay if you keep it up till 180. This is what is passed on. And that's why almost every case of type 2 diabetes will eventually go on to develop nerve problems, will eventually go on. In fact, diabetic amputations, many people need to cut off their feet, they have eye problems, glaucoma problems, you have problems, kidney problems eventually. So all of this is a cascade of diseases that comes down downstream. I did make some meaningful changes, but not good enough because I tried to kind of follow the advice that my doctor gave me. But made some changes, reduced my food, but I didn't have the correct information. Eventually, by 2020, that was COVID. In fact, my colleague Fernanda knows, many times I've been here on a wheelchair because my neuropathy was progressing. My nerves were getting painful, burning, and so on. And 2020, I went on a wheelchair. I spent almost a year on a wheelchair. Thankfully, it was the COVID period, so I could be at home. I could take my classes online, but it was really bad. And that's when I went to social media and I started connecting with all these doctors, and I got some very useful advice. And I started following this advice, and today I am completely disease-free, medicine-free, because in the end, it was not so complicated. And it's so surprising to me that why is it not being followed even more? So I'll share with you now some science around it. We have three main macronutrients because there are basically many ways with which you can control and manage your lifestyle. You can do it through diet, you can do it through exercise, and you can do it through removing stress. But I think diet is the fundamental, it is the foundation if you want to have a long and healthy life. So there are three main macronutrients in our foods. All of you know it, probably, elementary level knowledge. Carbs, proteins, and fats. Right. Now, the carbohydrates are the ones which are basically chains of glucose. They can be either in the format of starch or glucose. And carbs are the ones, when you eat them, they will convert into sugar in your blood. The moment you eat carbohydrates, it will elevate the glucose levels in your blood. And what is type 2 diabetes? It's a problem of high blood glucose. So isn't it obvious that if you have high blood glucose, you should cut out the carbs? But that's not the advice that's been given for almost a few decades. In fact, this, I don't know, how many of you have seen the food pyramid before? Okay, some of you, all of you. So this was the original food pyramid that was created by the US Dietary Advice, and it stated that your maximum amount of food should be from grains, whether it's refined or unrefined, whether it's bread, pasta, rice, doesn't matter. It is ultimately glucose. That's how you should have the base of your pyramid. Then you should have fruits and vegetables, and in the small corner you should have your proteins and your animal foods, and the fats. There has been decades of vilification of fats, to the point that this is the food pyramid that the Portuguese government recommends today. I just downloaded it yesterday, so this is the most recent. I don't see there has been much change. It is almost the same, excepting in the pyramid form. Now you put it in a plate form, but you still have carbs as the maximum. And the proteins is almost negligible, if at all. Now, what is the basis of that? I don't... in 2014, now this has been the dietary guidelines that has been given to all over the world for the past several decades. In fact, in 2014, there was a cartoon which presented it. Let's see.
It's dinner time on the East Coast in less than an hour. People are going to die.
Sir, we've got a boy on the hotline that says he might know something.
Who is this?
My name isn't important. What matters is that the answer is in the pyramid.
The pyramid? That's ancient stuff you're talking about. Are you sure? Bring up the pyramid.
But what is it? What is it for?
We built the pyramid a long time ago to illustrate how much people should eat of the 4 basic food groups. Sir, we abandoned the pyramid when Michelle Obama got involved. The pyramid doesn't work. We've already tried it.
It's upside down.
What?
Sir, the pyramid is upside down.
Turn the pyramid upside down. You can't be serious. That would put butter and fat at the top. Flip the damn food pyramid! This is not FDA approved! It's dinner time on the East Coast in 10 minutes. Now do it! Sir, we've got a match. Nutrition is stabilizing. We've got a well-balanced vaccine, sir. Tell him to have some steak with his brother.
Okay. So this was a cartoon in 2014, South Park. It's a very famous cartoon. They take satires on political and other advices. And actually, they turned the food pyramid upside down. This is the US food pyramid that came this year, just like, I think this month only. This is the new food pyramid. And they literally turned it upside down. And now you have the carbs are the smallest one, and then your proteins and fats are quite high, and then you have the vegetables and your fruits and so on. Now the question is, I'm not going to give you specifics on what you should eat, but I am going to give you certain principles on why humans get sick, why we get sick, and why the biochemistry works in a way that should dictate as to how we eat. So, I already told you, the 3 elements to life is diet, stress, and exercise. Now, about stress and exercise, they are very important. If you are in a more stressful state, you can really measure your biomarkers. Your blood glucose will go up, your blood pressure will go up. So that's what in our app that we are building, we want to focus on all the elements. Exercise is important, especially resistance exercise, especially exercises that help you build muscles, because muscles are great sink for your glucose. So if you are going to consume a higher amount of glucose, muscles are great to absorb them very effectively. But the nutrition comes first. And this is a book that I would highly recommend. That's Why We Get Sick. It is a book by Ben Bickman, whom I already introduced you to. Now, this was a paper that was published quite recently, Trends in Insulin Resistance, Insight into Mechanism and Therapeutic Strategy. Now, this is quite an eye-opening paper because this tends to identify the link between a phenomena that is known as insulin resistance. And insulin resistance is because when you are eating high glucose diets, or you have a high amount of glucose that all of us have. In fact, most of us spend most of our time eating huge amounts of glucose. Eventually, you need a hormone insulin to utilize and get your fats and muscles to absorb that glucose. Now, eventually, when you develop a resistance to insulin, in fact, there are studies showing that there are almost 60 to 70% of population is insulin resistant. It's just that we are not doing the right tests to identify that. Insulin resistance develops way many decades before even type 2 diabetes or even pre-diabetes can develop. So I'll go over which biomarkers you can look to identify insulin resistance, but the key point is that all of these diseases are connected to the insulin resistance phenomena, right from your heart disease to excess obesity, type 2 diabetes, fatty liver disease, polycystic ovary syndrome, which affects fertility in women, kidney disease, cancers, nervous disease, neuropathies, and so on. And this is just a small list. In fact, one of our focus on our app is to identify people and get more people to report on terms of how their dietary changes has had impact on these various diseases around there. Now, let's go to the root cause, because as engineers, we have the capability to look at problems from an operational perspective. What's the root cause here? Now, glucose is a molecule which we have been told is your primary fuel, right? Glucose is an important fuel. There are many cells of your body that require glucose for effective energy production. However, the glucose levels in your blood must be between 70 and 100 milligrams per deciliter. That means it's just 1 spoon of glucose in 5 liters of blood. And your body goes through a lot of different mechanisms to try to maintain it. The moment you have consumed a heavy load of foods that ultimately in your intestines get absorbed into glucose, your body immediately will have a load of insulin to try to get your fats and muscles to absorb them in order to keep glucose low. Why? The reason is because proteins, that is basically every single cell in your body, that's a protein, it gets glycated with sugars, with any reducing sugar. It's known as Maillard reaction. Those of you who have chemical background probably already know it. So anytime glucose and proteins comes together, the protein gets damaged. Now, once the proteins will get damaged, your body needs to create an inflammation in order to get rid of those damaged cells and create new cells. This is why your body tries to maintain it at this level, because the level of glucose damage or level of production of advanced glycation end products is exponential as your glucose level goes above 100 milligrams. So maybe if it's 110, probably not much damage happens. When it goes to 120, 130, 140, as the levels go up, the damage will be exponential. And it'll happen all over your body. It'll happen in your arteries, it'll happen in your skin, it'll happen outward. You can see its impact literally everywhere. And that is why the human body must maintain glucose at these optimal levels for functioning. Now, as I said, all carbohydrates convert into glucose in your body. So how much of carbohydrates is ideal? Probably 0. But I won't tell everyone go to 0 carbs because it's your choice. But what I can say is that at least understand your body. At least understand how much can your body process, and you can do it. You can do it with a blood glucose meter. I'll be explaining how you do it. But understand your own body. Not all bodies can take tons of carbohydrates. Our bodies were not designed and meant, because most of the foods you buy in supermarkets today is actually something that is very recent in our human evolution. All right. So the other part is fructose. Now, fructose is another kind of sugar. It cannot be utilized by all the cells of your body. It cannot be utilized by your muscle. Fructose is 10 times more glycating than glucose. So that's why your body tries to get rid of fructose immediately when you are taking it. The fructose goes straight to your liver and gets converted into fats, and that's why your liver fat levels will increase. Now, fructose is there in every, whether it's table sugar, whether it's fruit, anything that tastes sweet, basically the sweetness is mostly it's fructose. So now sucrose is basically a combination of glucose and fructose. Most fruits will have equal contribution of glucose and fructose. Now, if you're metabolically healthy, and if you're eating a fruit, it comes with a lot of fiber, which will slow down the absorption of the glucose and fructose in a rate that your body, for most people, if you're not metabolically unhealthy, it will be able to manage without elevating your blood glucose and fructose levels to very high levels. But if you are metabolically deranged, that can be a problem. But fruit juice, now you have taken out all the fiber, and you're going to get this huge spike in terms of glucose and fructose levels, which will definitely cause damage. So if you've been told drinking a lot of fruit juice is great, lots of vitamins, it's not really so. Now comes in insulin. Insulin is a master hormone. Now in this story, I'm just introducing all these characters so that you understand. This is very big. If you are more interested, we can go in much deeper, but insulin is very important hormone that is necessary. So insulin basically triggers your cell to absorb the glucose and convert it. So your fat cell absorbs the glucose and converts it into fats. Your muscle cells will absorb the glucose, convert it into glycogen or store them as fats. Now, eventually everyone has a threshold. And most of us, because of our diets are so high in glucose and fructose, when we are beginning to reach our fat threshold levels, our body develops insulin resistance. The cells are protecting themselves from that excess glucose entering, because if the excess glucose enters the cells will get damaged. So the cells are protecting themselves. They are not accepting, they're not responding to the insulin, and that's when you develop insulin resistance, right? Okay. Now, this is why we must also understand one more thing, that your body will convert glucose into fats only when insulin is present. If insulin is not present, you will not gain weight, you will not gain fat. In fact, there are people who are type 1 diabetics who have problem of insulin. Their body cannot produce insulin, and you will see no matter how much they eat, they'll remain thin. So this whole idea of a calorie in, calorie out is actually kind of flawed, because if you are eating foods that trigger the production of insulin, you will gain weight. If you are eating foods that do not trigger the production of insulin, you will not gain weight. It is not possible, which is why you can see that insulin reaction and glucose, insulin follows glucose production. So if you're eating carbohydrates, you'll get a high glucose load. If you're eating protein, you'll have a lesser, you will not have much of a response. And if you're eating fat, it will mostly be flat. So if you're eating only fat, you won't have insulin production, which means your body's chemistry will work in a completely different way, because our body is not a bomb calorimeter. That's why thinking in terms of calories is a flawed idea, and there have been many who are coming around to that you don't gain weight in terms of calories, you gain weight in terms of what you are eating, the composition of your food. Now, this is what happens in a typical human being. Most of us, we are eating a high glucose rich breakfast, then with a high glucose snack, then high glucose lunch, then evening snack, then dinner, constantly eating. And you're even given the advice that you should eat continuously throughout the day. What's happening if you had a continuous glucose monitor and now you get all those kits, you could see the glucose spiking and falling and spiking and falling. And each time the glucose spikes, your insulin will also spike. When insulin is elevated, your body cannot use stored fats. So you have so much of, many of us have a lot of fat stored in our liver, in all over our body, but your body just cannot use them because your insulin is high. So your body is only relying on the glucose, and because of this insulin response, your glucose level is always spiking up and down. When your glucose goes up, you feel energetic, and then when it crashes, because the insulin is now high, you feel down, you feel low energetic, and you feel I need to eat something else. You'll again go and take another a starch or sugary food, and you will be on this roller coaster all day. Eventually, your body catches up, and at some point it starts developing insulin resistance. When it starts developing that insulin resistance, now you have a delayed, instead of your glucose coming down quickly, your glucose will take, instead of 1 hour, might take 2 hours, 3 hours, 4 hours to come down. Persistently, you get into a state where your glucose is always slightly elevated, but your insulin is very much elevated. This is the stage of insulin resistance, and that's where that paper that I explained you identified that this is the root cause of all the other downstream chronic diseases, or at least one of the major causes that, so what insulin resistance does, it slows down the glucose uptake, it creates elevated peaks, which means more glycation damage, which means more tissue damage, whether it's your kidneys or your nerves, which means persistently elevated insulin and elevated triglycerides. Now, this is a cascade, and this is a cascade that most of the people on the planet are actually suffering from. Now, what happens when you have too much of glucose? First thing is tooth decay. Tooth decay comes from fermentation of sugars, from glucose and fructose. You cannot have tooth decay if you eliminate glucose from your diet. But the other diseases, intestinal damage to the, because fructose and glucose will cause eventually damage all over your body, which means at the intestinal level, chronic inflammation. One of our key features in our app is to understand and study biomarkers, and we give a lot of importance to see what chronic inflammation, how do you measure chronic inflammation in your body, because those are precursors to all the other diseases that will come downstream. Heart disease, fatty liver, neuropathy, kidney damage, eye damage, cognitive decline. In fact, nowadays, Alzheimer's disease is also known as type 3 diabetes. Why? Because as you develop insulin resistance in your body, you also develop insulin resistance in your brain. And we've been trying all kinds of drugs to try to cure Alzheimer's disease. But one of the most interesting areas in neuroscience is ketogenic metabolic therapies. That's how, when your body gets into a state of ketosis where your glucose levels is low, and the results are very interesting in terms of how dementia, Alzheimer's, many neurocognitive diseases, how they are being reversed when you are changing your diet. Now, the problem is not just glucose, the problem is also insulin, because insulin is a master hormone. Insulin is also a growth hormone. When your insulin is persistently high, it will cause all kinds of growths, whether it's skin acne, skin disease, it will cause polycystic ovary syndrome, it will cause the elevation of sodium retention through a mechanism that's known as the renin-angiotensin aldosterone system, RAAS system. This system means that when your insulin is high, the aldosterone hormone, which is secreted by the adrenal glands or which are on top of your kidneys, they will retain salt. And then your high blood pressure will go up. And now you have the answer of why more and more percentage of people are having elevated blood pressure. And the messaging is always consistently keep blaming the salt, get people to eat less salt. But the salt is not the problem. The problem is the sugar, and you're just blaming the salt. Because now when you change your diet and reduce the insulin levels in your blood, all cases the blood pressure eventually quite rapidly comes down. So how do you diagnose it early? I've explained the problem. I'll explain the diagnosis, and then I'll try to answer how you should design your diet. First thing is this blood glucose meter. This is something a friend of everyone. It's not just for diabetics. It's not just, I would recommend that every home should have one of these meters. When you eat, you can know what is the baseline. The baseline of your blood glucose ideally should be less than 100 milligrams per deciliter. When you've eaten, now, as I said, the damage, the glycation damage is what you want to prevent. If you can make sure that post-eating, 140 is also, it will make me a bit uncomfortable because I already had a lot of damaged nerves, and I healed my nerves by keeping my blood glucose really low. That's the secret of how I healed myself. But at least I would say that don't eat foods that can spike it above 140. 140, 150 at the upper limit. And after 2 hours, you should again be getting back to your baseline. This is a healthy phenomena. Now, of course, if you're doing it multiple times a day, it's already a problem, but at least you can measure the peaks. You can measure the time taken for your glucose to come down. This gives you a very good idea about your metabolism, and based on that, you will know how I can adapt my diet. Second thing is HbA1c. Now, hemoglobin is what carries oxygen in your body. Now, sugar glycates every cell of your body. Sugar also glycates hemoglobin. Any tissue which is glycated by sugar, its function reduces, it becomes a little damaged. Now, this is a test that you can do in any lab, or you can ask your doctor to prescribe it. This tells what is the average percentage of hemoglobin that is glycated by sugar, and it should be below 5.7% because your red blood cells, they usually turn over every 3 months. So this is one very good indicator. And third, this is a test which doctors are not even trained in terms of prescribing. This is your fasting insulin. Now, as I told you, the insulin is staying elevated at an elevated state once people are developing prediabetes. If you test a fasting insulin, and because most people are so hyperinsulinic, even the lab test will say that anything till 25 is okay. But you should make sure that your fasting insulin is less than 10, ideally 6. So even the lab test results need to be interpreted because we are looking for optimizing health. We are not just trying to beat the average. This is an important message. Second thing, this is your cell. Now your cells have two kinds of mechanisms. Now I'm coming to how can you design your diet to make sure your glucose and insulin levels stay at a more constant lower state, and that way you avoid all these pitfalls of all these other diseases downstream. So your cell has two sources of energy. It's like a hybrid machine. It's like a hybrid car. You know, it can run on petrol, it can run on electricity. Similarly, your body can run on glucose or it can run on fats. You have two forms of energy source. Now, the body it's very difficult for the human body to run effectively when both sources of energy are simultaneously in elevated quantities. That can be a problem. So the trigger, and that's the approach that most of the metabolic health experts are promoting, is that instead of allowing your cells to run on glucose, because now you've become insulin resistant, I'm talking about people who are on that metabolic health spectrum. Now, because instead of running it on glucose, Run your body on fats. Reduce the amount of glucose and make sure that you have more healthy fats running and fueling you. This means that the cross inhibition between fats and glucose will diminish, and fats do not need insulin, especially if you are already at a hyperinsulinemic state. To reduce the insulin in your body, you must increase the fats and reduce the glucose in your diet. This is how it works. Now, what happens if you go on a very low carbohydrate diet? That's also known as a ketogenic diet. You get into a ketogenic state, and you can do the same by fasting. If you go for long fast, now I'll tell you another trick. Because we have been advised to take out fats from our food, that's another reason that our GLP-1, which is supposed to indicate satiety, that we don't have that signal anymore. When you increase fats in your diet, you will feel more full, you will not feel hungry. I can go 2-3 days without eating because I am on a fully ketogenic state. What happens on a ketogenic state? On a ketogenic state, now it takes some time, it takes some days to actually get into that state, but once you're there, your body starts using fat for metabolism. Now, your brain cannot use fats because the fat molecule cannot enter the brain. So the liver starts converting fats. When it's utilizing fats very effectively, it converts them into ketones. Ketone, so the specific ketone we are talking about is beta-hydroxybutyrate. This ketone is not just an alternative fuel for your body, because your heart, your muscles, your brain, everything can work very effectively on ketones. But the ketone is also a very potent antioxidant. So if you have inflammation, if you have damage, nerve damage, if you have damage, even in case of cancer, that's why fasting is one of the very strongly recommended protocols, because you actually get into a state of ketosis. And if you are actually into this, you can buy a ketone meter and check how much ketones I'm producing, and you'll see that when your ketone levels go above 1 millimolar, one of the first big difference you feel, and that's what I felt and many reported, is that your brain starts working sharper. You start, instead of feeling down and lethargic, and you actually would be 3 days without food, but you actually would feel that I'm more sharper, I'm more energetic, because ketone is an excellent fuel. But it's not only a fuel, it's also something that reduces the stress of the and ketone compared to glucose. When glucose is metabolized, you produce a lot of oxygen-free radicals. That's why you need antioxidants like vitamin C to neutralize them. But when you are in a ketotic state, you don't produce that kind of free radical. So you're actually already in an anti-inflammatory state. And that's why there is a huge interest amongst all kinds of different researchers on how staying in a state of ketosis can actually heal almost every chronic disease around there. And that's why it's so exciting. In fact, Professor Oshumi from Japan, he won the Nobel Peace Prize, sorry, not Nobel Peace Prize, that's for Trump. He won the Nobel Prize on autophagy. And what he identified was that when you go on a long fast, your cell eventually starts cleaning all the damaged tissues. And that's why a low-carb ketogenic approach combined with fasting is a very effective tool for even diseases like cancer, or even as a therapy that can help improve the efficacy of chemotherapies. So how do you practice it? First thing is, you slowly adapt. Now this is for people, because our app is basically for people who are already sick, who are already having metabolic syndrome. But the same principles can be also applied as a preventative tool. It doesn't mean you have to be sick to apply it. But most people, when they're not sick, at least I wouldn't change if I was not sick. So I cannot expect others to do so. You can go on a ketogenic diet where your fats and proteins become the primary source, and your carb, you reduce it as much as possible. Now, how much depends on the case, depends on your situation. If you're very sick, you need to take it down to 0. I needed to do that to heal my nerves. And second thing is intermittent fasting. People are Today, most people cannot fast more than a couple of hours. They're always hungry, which means there is something broken in your metabolism. That's why when we have this app that we have already tried it with patients with several diseases. We have about more than a dozen patients already on board. They got rid of multiple drugs, they reversed multiple chronic diseases, and they needed to ultimately even incorporate fasting, because eating multiple times a day becomes not necessary when you are eating the nutrient-dense food. What is it? Now, in terms of our diet, there must also be other considerations. One is anti-nutrients. There are certain foods, especially in seeds, in plant foods, in seeds, in grains, because the plant wants to protect itself. That's why it creates certain anti-nutrients, which often causes trouble. The most common anti-nutrient is a lectin. Lectin is basically anti-nutrients in many kinds of grains and seeds that can interact with the glycocalyx, which is in the human intestine, and that can cause gut problems, gut issues, that can cause bloating, a whole set of, I'm not going too deep into it, but to give you an overview. In fact, one of the common lectins is a gluten, and many people are intolerant to gluten, but most people, wheat makes a lot of problem for them. Similarly, lentils and beans, if you eat 5 kidney beans raw, you will end up in a hospital. That's why you need to soak them, process them, to reduce the level of anti-nutrients. If it works for you, great. But for many people, it doesn't. It causes bloating, it causes intestinal problems, and then we need to eliminate them. Oxalates, very high in spinach and in almonds. In nuts, most nuts have them, but almonds and cashew nuts are particularly high. Now, 90% of kidney stones are because of oxalates that primarily come from your diet. So you need to be careful about these foods. Essential nutrients. Now, what is it that our body really needs? Well, it needs a source of energy. It could be either glucose or fats. Now you know which one to choose. You need essential amino acids, proteins. We cannot create those proteins. Now, the old dietary guidelines recommended 0.8 grams per lean body mass per day, but the new ones in the United States have already upped it from 1.2 to 1.6, depending if you're going to the gym, you're exercising, want to build muscles. You need 1.6 grams, or at least get 1.2. So let me give you an idea. My weight is 70. That means I would ideally need around 100 grams of protein. If I were to eat a beef, that means 400 grams of beef in a day. That would fulfill my protein needs. It depends on what you're eating. But proteins, ideally animal source proteins are way more, because not only because of the protein profile, but also the fact that you don't get the glucose and the anti-nutrients with it, which is why ideally your protein composition should be. And then vitamin A. Vitamin A is essential for, and there are in two formats. You have retinol in animal foods, you have beta-carotene in plant foods, and the absorbability of vitamin A in the retinol form is way higher. Generally, you will see that from the foods which are animal-based, all the nutrients will be much more easily absorbable for your body than if you go on the plant food spectrum. Even things like vitamin B12, you will find vitamin C and vitamin E are the ones you'll find more in plants, which is what you will really need, especially if you're on a high carbohydrate diet, because as I explained, if you're using a lot of glucose, you need more antioxidants, and vitamin C is a potent antioxidant. When you go on a ketogenic low-carb diet, your requirement for vitamin C reduces. Vitamin D, again, is essential, and D3 is what is in the animal form, D2 is in the plant form, and again, the absorbability of D3 is much higher. And then vitamin K2, that's you get mostly from fermented foods, and you also get it from more in grass-fed foods. In addition to this, you have vitamin A, D, E, and K are fat soluble, which means, which again tells you the importance of fats in our diet. Fats have been vilified unfairly for so long that people get deficient when they don't include enough fats in their diet. And then you have creatinine, carnitine, taurine, choline, heme iron. I mean, the scope is, it's too wide, but just to tell you that these are essential nutrients, and people today are trying to take it in the format of pills and supplements, but just get it from real foods. And the best food is get red meats from ruminant animals, because ruminant animals have those microbes to convert your grass into these nutrient dense foods. So then we come to oils. Now, there are three kinds of fats. You have saturated fats. Saturated fats means all the carbon bonds are linked with single bonds. So that means they are fully saturated. They cannot undergo oxidation. You have monounsaturated fats, that is more in olive oil, and then you have polyunsaturated fats, that's more in the seeds. Now, polyunsaturated fats, because they have so many double bonds, they can get rancid, they can get oxidized very easily, which is why and most of these fats are what these industrial seed oils are there. These were never natural, they were never part of the human diet. They are only in the last 100 years you have had so much of growth of vegetable and seed oils, which is, but since they can undergo oxidation very easily, they create more, even when they are utilized by your cells, they can create the free radical generation. That's why the recommendation here is to go either for saturated fats or for monounsaturated fats. Now, all foods have different proportion of these different kinds of fats, but this is something that you should bear into consideration. Now, how your diet should be. As I said, I'm not going to recommend, because there is an individuality, you have a choice. The best diet is the one that you can follow, incorporating these principles. Definitely, these are foods you should not be eating. These are foods that will make you sick. These are foods that no animal eats in nature. It was never meant for any species to actually eat. Even in wild, whether it's a herbivore or a carnivore, no animal eats sugars in large quantities. And any kind of a diet which gets rid of them, you will find it more beneficial. But when someone is sick from metabolic syndrome, from type 2 diabetes, from high blood pressure, what is it that we are recommending? This is our food pyramid. The base of our food pyramid is going for the proteins, which comes naturally from the animals, fish, all sources, and the natural fats, whether it's animal fats, whether it's butter, whether it's ghee, whether it's olive oil. These are the cold pressed olive oils are fine, avocado oils are fine, natural fats are fine. Now because people who are starting their ketogenic journey, once they have eliminated the carbs, they need other source. So you must have source of fats with the protein. So that's why we don't recommend going and having protein powders and protein shakes. Those are not natural foods. Let's go back into how humans were eating evolutionarily. Addition of low-carb vegetables is fine. It's great. Most people do fine, unless people have gut issues like Crohn's disease and all, and that's where they need to go eliminate fiber in those cases. But most people incorporate low-carb vegetables, great. If fermented products, fermented dairy products, you can do well, great. I don't do very well with them, so I don't incorporate them. So my diet is primarily this. Now, if you are metabolically healthy, you can take these other foods, you can incorporate, but test it for yourself, how you feel. Carbs, nuts, fruits, I told you the issues with them, but you have to identify what is your metabolic state, how you feel. Maybe you can go on a period where you go without them. It's not easy for people like me who have already suffered diseases. I have no option. I have to actually stick to this pyramid. If you have an option and you do well, fine, but be aware not to go down this metabolic syndrome, because the whole planet is there. Everyone above the age of 40 is in one state or the other of metabolic syndrome. Secondly, I think this is fermented vegetables, kimchi, sauerkraut. These are good ways because of taking antibiotics, many of us have had issues with our guts, and these are great ways that you can actually get microbes that will help improve your gut flora. Right. So this was a case study of Dr. Amitav Datta. We are building our app. The app is actually already we had more than a dozen patients. He had 15 medications, type 2 diabetes, acid reflux, host sleep apnea, whole lot of diseases, and he had been suffering for many years, many decades. He came on the protocol, started using our app, now in the app also we have many recipes and so on. And this was the results that within 3 months, his blood glucose reduced from 6.8 HbA1c to 5.4, means he became non-diabetic. He reduced 12 kilos, all his markers improved. He went to his doctor said, wow, great, it's a miracle, I'm cutting out all your medicines, you don't need it, you're already cured. But as long as he needs to be on the diet, it's hard, it's not, you need certain discipline in order to be there, but there is this option there, and that's what we want to bring in. Now, I'm almost to the end, but I want to talk about two things. Why does this diet work? And we can only speculate, because we cannot go back in history. But there are two things very, very clear. One is, in nature, no animal eats sugars and processed sugars and refined seed oils and refined, these foods are fake foods, they are never there. No animal, no creature has access to them. If you're a herbivore, you are primarily eating grass and fermenting them in your gut. If you're a carnivore, you're directly eating meats and fats and absorbing them. Now, one indication is that a human stomach is the most acidic stomach. It's about pH of 1.5. This gives an idea that human stomach is very well designed for digesting meat and taking proteins out of meats directly. Second thing is, the human stomach has a very small large intestine, and large intestine is where the fermentation takes place. We've lost the ability to ferment, unlike gorillas and unlike other animals in the wild, which means that fermentation capability is not there, which should give us an idea of probably evolutionarily how we evolved. There's another interesting book by Dr. Richard Johnson, which talks about nature wants us to be fat. And he tried to analyze and realize that in nature, there was a role of fruits, and that's why we still have the taste to love sugar, because usually the sugar in the wild is very rare, and in nature you only get it in the form of fruits in the fruiting season. And this was usually the time when people when the ancient humans, they probably needed to eat and get fattened up so that they can hibernate, so that they can pass through the winter when they won't get their regular food. And there was a genetic advantage in terms of consuming a lot of sugars in the form of fruits in order to be able to fatten up. And that's why this book is very interesting. Nature wants us to be fat. Now, this is how we are speculating. There are also some researchers who've done nitrogen testing showing that the skeletons that they found in the fossils, they have a very high percentage of nitrogen 15, which means that the ancient human was mostly a hunter-gatherer and more of a hunter, and the food was primarily consisting more of proteins and fats, which is why probably our bodies are designed. And what we have done through this whole agriculture age, and then even more so in the Industrial Revolution, is that we are changed our diet so much that, which is why we are getting sicker and sicker. So before I open the audience to questions, what I would say is, this is a big topic. There are many areas. There's a lot we are still researching and we are still exploring. But those of you who are interested, please join our WhatsApp group. We can continue the discussion. We can share ideas, share research, and also I would be happy to hear your ideas, whether it's contrarian. And thank you very much. Ricardo, do you have something to add?
Okay, while I'm showing some, in 5 minutes here, what we are building, let's have the questions for Anish. Who has questions?
We have a question there, please.
Hi. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
2 points. You said natural proteins are better than artificial proteins. What's the difference? It gets metabolized the same. There are only 20 amino acids and only amino acids are absorbed. What's the point?
So this is assuming that our body only needs the amino acids, which is not true. Like we need the fats, we need the whole profile of vitamins, we need the B12, we need the heme iron, we need the whole matrix of food nutrients. And this is where human beings, we've tried to industrially manufacturing things, and we assume that we can just give one sufficient amount of one element, but the human body needs that matrix. There is no protein or man-made protein powder that gives you the entire matrix of what the protein in its natural form comes, which is the fats, the amino acids, the minerals, the vitamins. So you are missing out on a lot.
But proteins are proteins. Fats are not proteins.
Okay. The thing is, if the point is, if you want to eat powders instead of real meat, go ahead and do that. But this is not the way we as humans evolutionarily were evolved, and you will be missing out on the other elements. So if I have to recommend, I'd say eat the real food instead of the protein powder. But is there any reason why you would prefer to eat a powder and not the real food?
No, but I mean, as far as your statement was during the slides, you should prefer to eat meat as the source of protein instead of taking powders.
Yeah.
Because they are insufficient
Yeah.
as a protein source, which is not true. Because they are the protein source. They're literally made out of amino acids, which is what is absorbed.
But as I said, if you want to take it in addition, fine, but you cannot eliminate the real food and take protein powder. And if you are given a choice, I would definitely recommend eat more meat than take more protein powder. That's my point. I'm not against it if you want to supplement it. I don't have any issues. But there are also other cases that many of the people suffering from hyperinsulin. Now, the insulin response when you take protein without the fat is different than when you take your proteins and fats together, which is why, again, I stress on the food matrix. Our purpose here is not to help you build muscles. Our purpose here is to reverse chronic disease. So people who are suffering from diseases, this is the recommendation for them.
And second one, you said something about evolution and animals before don't need sugar or eat sugar. Well, all fruits have sucrose. Sucrose is made out of glucose and fructose, so there's glucose there. What did you mean by they don't need glucose?
What I mean is that the primary food of an animal on a daily basis, anywhere in the world, it's not sugar, and it's not even, I mean, the only exception you could find is maybe a spider monkey who's living in an Amazon forest who has access to fruits on a daily basis. Most animals do not have access to huge amounts of sugars on a daily basis, and that's why the human body and most animal bodies are not designed to be eating huge amounts of sugar on a day-to-day basis as part of their daily diet. This was my point.
But are you against glucose?
I am. The question is, I think a ketogenic diet is an evolutionarily sustainable diet. I am not against glucose if your body's glucose levels is not elevating and you can tolerate it, well and good. But I would definitely, because the problem today is that 70-80% of the planet is suffering from metabolic syndrome. So the lower we can bring glucose, it will help a lot of people. Now, if you test and you say that my body works very well, I'm able to, I've eaten a whole load of glucose and my blood glucose is not going up, and you feel fine, it's great. So in that sense, I don't have personally anything against glucose, but it is the cause of most of the problems of metabolic syndrome. Yeah.
If that is the case, then why is glucose the primary source of energy?
But that's incorrect, and that's what my whole presentation was about. Glucose is not the primary source of energy. It's a wrong misconception that glucose is the primary source of energy. The primary source of the energy very well could be fats, which has much less oxidative stress on your body. It's an option. The glucose being a primary source of energy is creation of the humankind in the last few centuries. It's not evolutionary.
Yes, but it's baked into all cells. I mean, glycolysis happens everywhere. ETS cycle exists because there is glucose. I mean,
so there are certain cells of your body, like your red blood cells, which will only need glucose, and there are other cells which can shift between glucose and fats very effectively. But when you don't take dietary glucose, your liver will convert the fats into glucose based on the requirements. It's a demand-driven process. So you can very easily run your body without dietary glucose. It doesn't mean that your cells, there will be certain cells that will require glucose, but your body will produce it on demand. So that's how glycolysis is taking place, right?
Glyconeogenesis.
Gluconeogenesis.
And the third point, in the patient study that you showed, what are the standard deviations and confidence intervals?
Pardon? Sorry?
In the patient study that you showed, the N=1 trial of your app,
okay.
What were the confidence intervals? What is the standard deviation?
This was not a scientific study. Because our focus was on the app and getting people to try their lifestyles. So we have only 12 cases. With 12 cases, we cannot make statistical analysis. The point was that that individuals with type 2 diabetes, when their glucose, because they're not only monitoring an HbA1c, they're also monitoring their glucose levels at multiple times in a day, and basically it becomes a flat line. And when their insulin level goes up, they are able to lose weight way more effectively than if their insulin was elevated. So despite them consuming more calories, they actually, there's also a secret here to those who want to do weight loss, is that get your insulin levels down. So it's these numbers that we're presenting, it is not enough data that we can make statistical analysis. The second part is that our focus here was to build the app and get this app to be used. We have only a dozen cases because we are at a very early stage, but we have data from millions of users who are already practiced ketogenic therapies, and that's where we are collecting other data in the format of sentiment analysis to get our findings in terms of what do the crowds say, what kinds of disease reversals did they notice, and what kind of problems did they face in that process. So this is where we are working on.
Thank you so much.
Yeah. Thank you.
Yeah, I was not, the connections doesn't able me to show what we are doing and constructing in a way of a platform. But in that metabolic work group on WhatsApp, we'll put the link there, and you can look at the platform for you to see what we did. But we have a question over there.
Okay, this is a quick question. Besides personal experience, what is your actual scientific basis on this? Like, do you have doctors on board? Do you have biomedics on board with all of this? Or is it just based on experience?
This is a big movement with probably thousands of doctors on board. We are in close contact with many of them. Eric Westman is what we spoke about because he was one of the earliest doctors who had been practicing the ketogenic therapies to reverse disease. But this movement has exploded. So we are talking about thousands of doctors there. There are many books, there are many articles, there are many publications. We've been compiling all of that. So it's a huge resource. Ricardo, maybe you want to add?
Yeah, one of the questions that this is one of your questions for sure is to how grounded is this research on science base? And that was your question, I believe.
Basically, yeah.
Okay. First of all, he is well grounded considering the last 20 years of research on this, because if you look at the last 20 years of research on how you can change your diet and understand that most of the chronic diseases are based on the lifestyle diet that we have from the last 100 years to 200 years. This is clearly proof on the research that we have from the last 20 years. What we are doing is to apply that research in a way that we can understand the progression of people when they change their diet mostly. This is quite simple. Sometimes when we showcase everything that Anish was showcasing, it shows to be quite hard for everyone to understand. But in the end of the day, I can tell you how it was with me. I was metabolic healthy in a normal way, but I was having a lot of stress because I was head of IT of a major bank. And as you can understand, it's a highly stressed activity. I was having something which is probably half of you have, which is brain fog. Do you know what is brain fog? And most of you probably have brain fog. And I was having a lot of brain fog. I was having a lot of fatigue, a lot of things, which when I entered in the research for my PhD, I spent more than 2 years to understand this dynamic in industrial engineering, which is somehow funny. But in order for you to go to the engineering side, you need to go deep on the scientific side of biochemistry to understand. And in the end of the day, this is quite simple. If you take out your carbohydrates from your house, from your diet, and you go on proteins and fats, and you can create your healthy energy, level of energy. And if you fast, like I'm doing, for example, I'm not fasting like most of the people, which most of you that are fasting, which is normally like Anish, for example, which eats only one per day, or sometimes 1 in 2 days. But he has a problem, or he had a problem, not me. But since when I'm fasting, like eating 1 per day or 2 per day and having enough time for me to heal, I don't have brain fog. I don't have headaches. I don't have any kind of the things which normally we have when we are eating all the time and when we have eating which is based on carbohydrates. This is the case. It's very simple. Answering to your question, to be sharp. Simple, which means that you have a research backed on that. We are not advising anyone. We are not advising people to take out their medicine. This is for doctors, and we are endorsing that for the doctors which are controlling and also sustaining the relation with the person. What we are measuring is almost biomarkers and try to relate the biomarkers with the lifestyle and giving answers to that and sustain behavior. If we can do this, I can tell you, we have 1.3 billion people which are diabetic type 2 in the world, and 60% of the people in the world are pre-diabetic. Meaning, most of you, 60% here, are probably having the insulin levels high among the ones which should not have. And you are young, like I was. But if you have this in mind of your near future, you will see that you can prevent a lot of things. And also, a lot of people which are on your family and friends, you can at least tell them that there's a lot of research which is backing what we're talking about here.
So in terms of the research, I would invite all of you, at least those who are interested, subscribe to our channel, because there I can put in all the resources. I can put, see, at the level we are not doing basic science in terms of the biochemistry. This is knowledge already researched by the researchers, the community of researchers. Nowadays, the very powerful tool we have is that we can build open source communities, and not everyone has to start from scratch. We are piggybacking on the research already done from research community, but they are also backing on us. So we spoke with Dr. Adrian Sotomoto from Mexico. He's a lot of papers and work he's done in this field, and he said, great, this app that you built, this is what we were looking for, because I want to have the data of the people who are trying and who are reversing. Dr. Jason Fung, he was a kidney specialist. He was tired of seeing his patients come when the kidneys are already damaged and he couldn't do anything. And he said, but this is the core reason. High glucose is damaging their kidneys. Why they can, so the community is very large. Obviously, in one presentation, I couldn't present all of the scientific evidence, but if you are curious, come to on our channel and we'll put more resources, more data, and you can also go dig deeper.
Hello. What about cholesterol?
Yeah. This is a very, very complex question, and this requires a very big answer. I would recommend you to read a book called The Clot Thickens, because many people who talk about cholesterol don't know what really cholesterol is. Do you know what's cholesterol?
Not really, not well.
Yeah.
I'm from mathematics.
So cholesterol is a molecule that is created by your liver, because cholesterol is what creates the membrane of every cell. Cholesterol is what creates, is used for creation of vitamin D. Cholesterol is the root which creates all many of your hormones. For instance, testosterone. You need cholesterol is the precursor to that, and cholesterol is what the body needs to heal when your cells are damaged. So this whole idea that cholesterol causes heart disease is again being questioned because the community, that's it. Once one set of idea gets set, people simply blindly follow. And now people are trying to question, is it cholesterol or is it high blood pressure, or is it oxidative damage, or is it inflammation? The problem with many of these theories is that the cholesterol hypothesis, it's still known as a hypothesis, it's not a proof, is that cholesterol, I'll show you hazard ratios, and the context is very important. If you have damaged cholesterol, there is an association with the development of heart disease. If you have a healthy LDL cholesterol, which is not a cholesterol, it's a lipoprotein, but if you have a healthy LDL particle, there is really no association with that with heart disease. So firstly, this whole cholesterol hypothesis, you need to go deeper in order to understand it. Secondly, the whole idea that cholesterol, eating foods rich in cholesterol will increase your dietary cholesterol, this was based on bad science, and this has already been debunked. In fact, even the American Heart Association, which is a body that I don't too much, even they have passed a saying that now foods rich in cholesterol are no longer considered a problem, because dietary cholesterol is not associated with cholesterol in your blood. If you're eating foods high in cholesterol, your body will simply reutilize it because it's a very essential molecule. If your food is deficient in cholesterol, your liver will make it. But I'm giving you an overview. If you come on the forum, we can go into more detailed debates and research and all in the cholesterol. But based on our research, we are convinced that cholesterol is not understood in the correct context. And in the context of a low-carb diet, cholesterol is not the problem that it is in the context of a high carb diet, because there the high levels of glucose actually is causing the damage of LDL cholesterol, and those oxidized LDL, you can measure it as a small dense LDL. Most tests that you do simply tell what's your LDL and HDL levels. They are not able to identify subfractions in terms of the small dense versus the healthy large fluffy cholesterol levels. So just giving you a short overview. Yeah, please.
Hello. I had a question. Do you think it's manageable to have a keto diet at the same time you're doing resistance training or weighted training?
Yeah. So I recommend you follow Professor Tim Noakes. He's from South Africa, and he is an expert in a ketogenic diet for sportsmen.
Can you repeat the name? I'm sorry.
Tim Noakes.
Tim Noakes. Okay.
Tim Noakes. In our channel, I put all the resources. So he was promoting high carb diet for many years until into 2007. He himself got type 2 diabetes, and he was a sportsman. He was running. He's like, okay, but because many times sportsmen are the ones, firstly, they are having elevated blood pressures because of running, and then they're taking in too much sugar. And then he went and started firstly getting himself on a ketogenic diet, and now he's one of the experts. There are many others, and it's a little secret actually that some of the sportsmen who are doing really good have themselves got keto adapted. And then on a keto adapted diet, you don't need to eat so much, because it's like this: your body has a small amount of glycogen and it has a huge amount of fat storage. When your body gets into the ketogenic state, it's able to use all of that fats, so you actually have a lot more access to that energy level. So yes, it's possible to do sports, but you have to get fully adapted, and there is a process. It takes some time, 1 month to 3 months, to get into that fully adapted state of ketosis. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Thank you.
Really? Yeah. I didn't know that. I didn't know it was South Park.
Move up.